right, I'll call Rich County Commission meeting to order for June 5th, 2024. First item is Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm gonna start praying.
We probably ought to do that too.
Yeah.
Okay. Have a motion on the agenda.
Couple of maybe just clarifications on 1030 Rocky Mountain Power. We'll have he needs to be moved to probably 1:30, and then on the commission business on Garden City, it's not the fire district appointment, it's the Garden City Cemetery District appointments. So with those two minor changes, I would make a motion we set the agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion is to approve the agenda with the amendments of moving those two items, changing them. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Marcus, audit report.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, where should I?
You can sit right.
Sit right here. is that
Yeah.
right? All right, so the audit was completed on May 17th, and this is for the December 22 calendar year. And part, of the audit is we're required to report to governance several things related to the audit and how it went. We consider the commissioners to be governance, and part of your responsibility is to oversee the financial reporting process, where management is responsible for the financial statements, and an audit does not relieve governance or management of those responsibilities. And so as auditors, we plan to perform an audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, and then we issue an opinion, and then there's a couple other reports that go along with the government auditing standards. But the opinion is an unqualified opinion, unmodified opinion for Rich County's books. If you look on, let's see, it's page 1, but there is a qualified opinion on the aggregate discretely presented component units, and the reason for that is there's several component units of the county that are small, so they're not required to have an audit. So it's just saying there wasn't an audit done on those entities. Let's see, we've got a list of those entities, but it's a component unit of the county, like Garden City Cemetery, Garden City Fire, Lake Town. This is on page 4, Lake Town Cemetery District, Lake Town Fire District. So there's all these small districts that don't require an audit, but they're component units of the county by the accounting definitions, because they're either controlled by the county, or the county has authority to, decide who's on the board, or so they're considered a component unit. And this is nothing new. It's been like this the last couple of years. I just wanted you to be familiar with that. But as far as Rich County's books, we've given an unqualified opinion. Another important part of the audit is to analyze the internal controls that are related to the financial reporting process. And so we look at the internal controls, like the cash receipting process, the cash disbursement process, the payroll process, and then the financial close process. We do have a couple of kind of findings, recommendations related to internal controls. There's two of them. This is kind of skipping way back to page 89 in the book. But the first is kind of a financial close finding, and it's really just due to us not getting the trial balance, getting the numbers in a timely manner. It took quite a while to get the numbers, and then when we did, I mean, there were several adjustments needed to get the numbers where they should be. The second is segregation of duties in the cash receipting process. I mean, and I know there's limited staff, but it's still, best practices say, if somebody's receipting in the cash, handling the cash, they really shouldn't be the same person doing the bank reconciliations. There should be some separation of duties. And I'm not saying, you have to change anything. I'm just saying there's a risk. I mean, and so it's up to the county to look at that. And this is something we talked about, in November of 22 when we talked about the last audit. So those are kind of the two recommendations that we had related to the internal controls. There's a third report that we issue with this audit, and it's the report on the state compliance. There's several areas of state compliance that we're asked to look at in government entities, and each year, they change a little bit. It's a guide that the state auditor's office puts together. But this year we looked at budgetary compliance, we looked at the justice court, looked at fraud risk assessment, cash management, the public treasurer's bond, looked at the fund balance requirements, restricted taxes, government fees, we looked at the URS, retirement, certain areas of compliance there, and then we looked at the Open and Public Meetings Act. There were a couple things that we noticed, and the first is related to the quarterly financial reports. I mean, you receive quarterly financial reports that has the expenses, the budget, but the part that's missing is the report, at least in 22, didn't show the revenues. So it needs to show the revenues and the expenses and the budget, and so you can go through kind of, the whole financial picture. Any questions on that? I don't want to go too fast through these.
Yeah, so explain that to me now. Tell me that again, what you just said.
So, you can refer back to it on page 91, but, so the quarterly financial report that was provided to the commissioners had the expenses, the expenditures, and the budget, but it didn't have the revenues. So you should be seeing the revenues with the budget in those quarterly reports.
Okay.
And at least that's what we saw for 22, that it's missing the revenues on those reports. So just, and I mean, what a lot of places do is they'll put together a kind of a summary, however they want to generate the report, a summary report, and they'll attach a report right out of the accounting system, and then you're getting exactly the information in the accounting system.
Okay, so this is a report we get on a monthly basis of the expenditures.
Okay.
So additionally to that, you want us to have a page that shows the revenues that we review those.
Right. I mean, the financial statements, out of the system would show all the different revenues, the different types of revenues, the GL accounts they go in. It would show the budget and where you're at based on your revenues. And same thing, if the financial statement came out of the system, it would show, your expenses in all the different departments, and it would show the budget, and so you could just see kind of a better overall picture of where things were if you had that full kind of set of financials rather than just the expenditures. is kind of the idea there. And I think the state auditor, part of this too, because part of the testing that we do is to look to see, well, is the report that was given to the commissioners, does that actually match to what's in the accounting system? And because sometimes, you know, people would give an Excel spreadsheet and say, here's our financials, but then you went back to the accounting system and there were differences, and so they don't, you know, you want to get what's actually in that accounting system so you can see that whole picture. And the next thing that we noticed is the treasurer's bond needs to be bumped up a little bit higher. It didn't quite meet the minimum bond requirement of, it's 5% of the budgeted revenue for the previous year. And so you should analyze that. There's, you know, an equation that says what the bond should be, and it was a little bit short this last year. Let's see, the next item, page 92, it's related to the deposit and investment report. So the deposit and investment report, it's a report that's submitted to the Utah Money Management Act every 6 months. And what it does is you have to list out all the county's bank accounts and their balances as of December 31st, and then again you submit it as of June 30th. And just going through it, I mean, most of it's there. It was just missing a couple of the county's bank accounts. So we just want to, you know, have someone double check that, yeah, we're including every bank account information, you know, when that form is submitted. So again, this isn't a big thing. It's an easy fix. It just make sure we get all the bank balances on there. And then the fourth one is there's a requirement that the general fund, unrestricted fund balance, not be over, 65% of the total revenues of the county general fund for that fiscal year. And the unrestricted fund balance was a little bit higher than that. Or most places don't really consider that an issue. I mean, but it is a state compliance thing that you kind of calculate what your unrestricted fund balance is in that general fund, and what places do if they're over, they just transfer it to a capital projects fund type of thing. And so to me that was a little ticky-tacky, but
That's what we usually do, but
so it's just
We
a
didn't
little
know,
bit
did we?
high.
I mean, it was barely over.
But any questions about any of those findings? And I know it's late information, but it's, you know, the state auditor, they come out with this guide every May for the year that shows what all the auditors are gonna look into. So I mean, I can send the county the most updated one. It typically comes out in May. I don't think I've seen it yet for this year. But a lot of the requirements don't change. I mean, it's just our testing, which ones we look into
Yeah,
can change a little bit.
because I'm guessing this next audit you're gonna do for last year, you're gonna have some of these same things since we haven't been able to make the changes.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
so if we changed the cash and the treasurer and somebody else seeing it too, have we
Well-
done that already or not?
Even if we did that, we didn't do it last year.
Right, I understand that, but it's gotta be done.
Yeah.
right, so,
I don't think anyone has an answer.
Well, Gina's gone, but my understanding is.
We'll talk to her.
We'll need to talk to her.
okay, and, as far as, I mean, kind of the rest of the audit presentation, I mean, the only, you know, difficulty we had in performing the audit is just the information was late and kind of not completely correct.
Hopefully we can get on top of that.
Yeah, and There's no uncorrected misstatements. I mean, we feel everything's in a good spot as of, the end of the year. I mean, we didn't have any disagreements or issues with management. When we do audits, we take fraud procedures very seriously, and I'm happy to report we didn't find any instances of fraud or anything like that. I mean, we go through and do journal entry scans. We ask a lot of questions to employees, even board members, management, just if they're aware of any fraud or abuse type things. And we have meetings as auditors, and we didn't find anything like that, which is more kind of keeping up on the books and having checks and double checks, and then the kind of state compliance type things to make sure we know what the requirements are. And then, because really a lot of those are simple fixes, they're not too real difficult. It's just knowing what they are and double checking that we're in compliance with it.
I like how the first question on that questionnaire is, how do you feel about fraud? It's bad.
Yeah. I mean, I think it more is trying to say what are your views on kind of the risks of fraud, but
Yeah.
yeah, kind of, but yeah, that's true. So yeah, we try to get a variety, because that's really in audits where you find out things that are going wrong. Most part is, people are aware in the organization of things that are going on, and so a lot of times people just tell you, and then we dig into it more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but any questions or anything we want to go into in more detail? I mean, but yeah, thank you. And
Any questions for him?
I don't think so. Thanks, Marcus. We'll, I guess we need to go down through those findings and look and make sure that, as we try to address those for this year, even though they'll probably show up, some of those will show up in this audit that's gonna be completed by the end of July, so.
right. So,
Okay.
You guys are patient and easy to deal with, so thank you.
yeah, no, thank you. We like working for the county, and so yeah, do what we can to help. So okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
Pam about anything you need in the office.
Okay, yeah.
So she's in there, so.
Okay, sounds good.
Did you, I'll be right back, we was just gonna talk to him, or I keep that.
I guess we can just keep going, huh?
Is Jordan here?
Yep.
You're here.
You want me to go?
Yeah, come on up.
Alright.
Bill probably knows what you're gonna say, don't he?
Well, I don't know for sure.
He'll say he
Sam.
does. Wes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's good to see you.
Yeah. I guess for the record, Jordan Mathis with the Bear River Health Department, here to fulfill the statutory requirement to come and report the progress for the health department. But more importantly, I think I'd like the opportunity to address any of your questions that you might have of how we can better serve the residents of Rich County. So if at any time you have any of that, I'd rather spend more time on those than going over this. But let me jump to
to the first part, I want to kind of touch on this little diagram here, because it kind of lays out the report and it lays out the philosophy of the health department. These are the 4 core areas of our overall strategy as a health department. We believe that if we're a great organization, that we will be able to recruit and retain great employees that can provide great service to the communities that we serve. And born out of that is when you have great people, people want to work with those individuals, and we create community partnership. Even in the tough job of regulation, partnership is critical, because we don't want to enforce things, we want compliance, and that is actually born out of a great partnership with those that we regulate. So community partnerships at the core. We've changed it just a little bit, but increased access to, it was services. As we've gone through this since we've printed this, we really want to create increased access to opportunities. Even when we look at something as simple as regulating and overseeing the installation of an on-site wastewater system, which we do a lot in Ritchie County, we're creating an opportunity for individuals to live a healthy life. Everyone loves the opportunity to flush the toilet and not think about it. So we're creating opportunities for those individuals. All this leads to our ultimate goal, is to create opportunities where people can live healthy. So that's how the report's kind of laid out. I do want to touch on a great organization. Right now we are in the process of a quality improvement process that will be ongoing, that we're continuing to expand to get continual feedback from the public on how we're doing. This right now is us soliciting. It's kind of just us putting it out there and saying, give us our feedback. But we're investing in technology that will allow us to actively, if somebody comes in for any sort of service, or if we're out in a restaurant, that it will turn around and send an email or a text message and say, tell us how we did. Where we're actually being more engaged in that process, rather than it just being a passive process where people have the opportunity but don't do it. Where we're actively saying, thanks for coming in, we appreciate it, tell us how we could improve, or give us feedback. And it gives us 2 things. It will give us opportunities for improve, and it gives us an opportunity to take care of those employees and say, you guys did a great job on this. So it feeds that great organization in 2 different ways, I think. The financials are there. They're the 2002. The reason we put a little bit older ones in there is because those were the ones that were actually audited, and we felt comfortable publishing to the public since they had been audited. A couple things to note. We did just have a clean audit, no findings. That was presented to the board. Another thing to note is our budget moving forward is down by about $2 million. It's not a huge concern for us. Much of that was continued leftover funds from the pandemic response. So we're getting back down to more of a baseline of where we were before. Any questions on the financials?
I suppose your finance is not, I'm trying to say, you're not in jeopardy and wondering if you from year to year, this is an ongoing, pretty sure thing, you're financing.
Well, I mean, when you look at the 60% of our budget is contracts that we receive through the state. A good fair majority of that is federal pass-through dollars. So I guess the thing I would say is we're more distant. I have a great relationship with the counties. I have pretty good relationships with our state legislators. I don't talk to anyone in Washington, D.C. And when 60% of your budget comes from there, it does create a little bit of concern, because it's what we have the least amount of control over, right?
Right.
If we lose contracts that way, then we are looking at having to reduce staff and services. So there's a little bit of concern. Some of it's been pretty consistent. I don't know how much we can continually say we're comfortable with the decisions that come out of Washington DC.
Well,
but-
hopefully it just keeps going.
But that's the reality of kind of how we're funded, if that makes sense. Community partnerships, speaking of our community partnerships, we just completed what we call a community health improvement plan. This was developed out of what we call a community health needs assessment. So we've done that assessment, and based off of the input from that assessment, we just have worked with partners across our communities to develop what we call a community health improvement plan. And we just finalized that, just to highlight a couple things, because it wasn't completely finished when we published this, but the 5 major areas are looking at access to care, education, suicide and mental health continues to be an issue, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, but attainable housing and poverty are also what we call social determinants of health that drive health outcomes that are continuing to be issues in our communities, particularly the attainable housing. Sean's actually been involved in our CHIP committee looking at how we address attainable housing across our 3 counties. Jumping to the next one, opportunities for services. We highlighted something that really doesn't have an impact on Rich County, which is vehicle emissions. But it is pretty groundbreaking in the fact that we're one of the few jurisdictions across the nation that have moved towards mobile emissions. Modern vehicles have computers on board that do all the emissions for us nowadays. So you don't actually have to take it to a shop and hook your tailpipe up to something. You can plug into the onboard computer and tell what the emissions are. And we had an individual come to us and say, I'd like to do this mobily and be more convenient to the public. But our regulation actually said that an emission station was a stationary place. So the board approved for us to do a pilot with this individual. Turned out to be very successful, and we are going through the process tonight to have a hearing to change that regulation in Cache County. And this is what we want to do, is increase access through technology to opportunities and services to the public. It's been a great success, and we're going to continue to explore opportunities for that. Lastly, the healthiest people, just wanted to touch on a few things. I'm going to touch on the bad first. The red arrows that are going up are bad. If you look at the trends for Bear River Health Department for the leading causes of death, heart disease, cancer, and suicide are all trending in a bad direction. I do want to talk about heart disease. I don't think we're ever going to get heart disease out of the top 3. In fact, it will be it's somewhat of a good sign that people are able to live long enough that their heart just fails on them. Now, premature heart disease is kind of what we're more concerned about, and that's not completely deciphered in the data. But cancer deaths have gone up, which is concerning, and as we talked about in the CHIP, suicide deaths, not only in our area, but across our state, are elevated and continue to rise, which is concerning for us, and trying to figure out how do we do that, and how do we get resources to help us to better do that. A couple things that are going really well: unintentional injuries. This is the 2 major causes of unintentional injuries are motor vehicle crashes and poisonings, typically through overdoses, and those things are trending in a more positive direction. Stroke is on the way down, and then chronic lower respiratory disease took a significant decrease, as did diabetes. So deaths from diabetes, but we're also seeing an increase in individuals who are pre-diabetic or moving towards diabetic. I did want to touch on the red arrow that's going down for Rich County. I'm not really that concerned. Seems like Rich County just fluctuates back and forth. And I don't know that the measures of the county rankings are actually all that great. We've historically put them in here. I think I shared last time, one of the things in there that I don't agree with, particularly for this county, is the number of dentists per capita. Just because you might go to the dentist in Wyoming or in Logan or in Idaho doesn't really mean that people aren't getting dental care. Now, if they did the number of dentists who own cabins in Rich County, we might be trending really, really well. But that's not the case, and so it's not overall concerning for me to see that trending or that change in situation. Education being one of those that is a primary driver. Rich County does really well, even comparative to those other counties, and even with a small population, a few individuals that don't graduate really impact that. And so for Rich County to have the highest out of the three counties is very outstanding. And I don't know if you guys have any insight into this, but Rich County also has the highest level of health insurance coverage, or individuals not being covered by health insurance. And I don't know what may be driving that. You guys have any insight into that? Or
I've thought about it actually. I think it's probably an education issue as far as how to go through the website, because it's pretty easy to get covered if you know how to go online and do it, but the process of doing it online can be a bit complicated if you don't have somebody to help you.
yeah,
And so I think there's that tech gap where people just cannot overcome that barrier of entry going through the website, and there are some agents that have moved in that help older people, but I think there's still that gap.
gotcha. Well, we'd probably like to explore that, where one of our CHIP priorities is access to care, getting people covered that can be covered, would be really important. The rest of the report, I'll let you kind of look at it. They're just highlights from our service areas. We've kind of moved to more of an infographic of things. A couple things I wanted to let you all know of. It came to our attention that during the pandemic, we let our license lapse to offer mental health or substance abuse and mental health services at our Garden City location. We have since remedied that, and we're now moving back to that. So temporarily, we were operating in person illegally according to the state. We stopped that and continued telehealth services until we were able to get relicensed, and we've now been relicensed. The other thing in talking about access to services and opportunities that I just wanted to make you aware of, I do continue to talk to my team about what are we going to do when Nancy chooses to retire in Rich County. She is the only employee that we have in Rich County. And one of the things that has been in the back of my mind is, as Rich County continues to grow, do we need to expand our footprint to be able to provide access to great services in Rich County? And what does that look like? Is that sending over an environmental health scientist to work and ask questions? We are moving more towards having all that available online to be able to complete applications, so people don't need to drive over. But I do want to make sure that we aren't leaving any gaps in any of the communities that we serve. And I feel like when Nancy retires, we may have a big gap to fill. She is kind of
She just can't retire.
Do you guys want to make a motion here?
Well, and I think it's probably closer than we want it to be. I mean, since her husband's retired, I think that they, I've not heard them talk about it, but I don't, with her husband retiring, it's probably more attractive for her to retire. She's been there many years.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something bridge we're gonna have to cross.
How long's she been there? Because I remember her giving me shots
Did she replace,
I think she's
Pete.
almost 20 years, or maybe she just hit 20 years.
did she replace Pete and Bill's mom? That's who give us shots in school.
Yeah, Helen, I think, it seems like there was somebody in between Nancy and Helen, but I don't remember who it
Let
was.
me tell you.
I remember being freaked out by her. Every time you saw her, you got jabbed. Some needle.
I might not have my password. I think it's close if it's not 20 years.
If it's not 20, it's close.
So we do have that bridge to cross someday in the future and figure out. And that may be a good opportunity for us to meet and say, what do we, are there other things that we need to look at as with regards to the needs of the county? But we appreciate the support, and if, like I said at the beginning, if there's anything we can do to support the county and ensure that we're providing great service to the county, we want to do that.
We appreciate you guys, and that's why I was asking about that funding, is we certainly don't want it to go away.
Yeah. We are, I guess Commissioner Cox, you weren't at the last meeting. We are entering a legislative battle with DEQ. Right now, the board motion to approve for me not to sign the contract with DEQ. It's not a ton of money. It's like $123,000. But they're continuing to push and push and push for more reports, and they're actually cutting funding. And there's examples where they'll call our office and say, can you go out and do this? And I've actually said, no, you can send somebody out to do this because that falls under your purview. But they consistently want us to do work for them, but they don't want to pay us. And so we're engaging with Senator Sandall, who's the appropriations chair for their for natural resources, to begin a conversation about what do we do to make sure that more resources are flowing to local communities. What that means for us is that we temporarily may have to continue to, more than we already do, subsidize things like drinking water and wastewater regulation in our area. That's where we lose the most amount of money. It's where we do the most amount of work, and it's most fundamental to having a healthy population. So we won't abandon that, but
So that's where you overlap, is mostly water.
water, yeah.
Okay.
We have in Cache County, particularly with air quality, and then we do some stuff with like used oil and underground fuel tanks. Like when a gas station goes in, we'll go in and inspect to make sure that fuel tank is done appropriately before they can cover it and stuff like that. But we've just been flat funded for far too long. We lose about $280,000 in wastewater. That's after we collect a fee and apply what small amount that they have to it. And then they want us to go out and inspect large wastewater systems that they technically permit and regulate, and it just, they don't want to leave Salt Lake City. But and the thing, I'll say one last thing, then I'll shut up, but the thing that irritates me is there's a statutory obligation to say that we have to come together for the effective use of resources and delivery of services, and they cannot tell me or anyone else how they're going to do it for less money by sending somebody to our community than giving us that more money and allowing us to do it more effectively. And I don't want to do everything they do. I just want to do what we've been doing and be able to do it with a little more resources. So
Absolutely.
we are going into kind of a legislative fight with them right now. But overall, it's not $120,000 of our overall budget, and the boards, we have the money right now that we can fund those positions and that work without having an impact on our community. What I don't want is DEQ to say we're going to do all wastewater systems, because if you want construction to stop in your community, that's what would happen.
Yeah.
It just slow down, so.
Well, we got your back, for
Okay.
sure.
Well, we'll see. We're meeting with Senator Sandel, I think later this month, so we'll see how that goes. And he's gonna give us some advice on how to tackle this problem, because we've tried and tried and tried at the administrative level at DEQ, and we're at a stalemate.
Hmm.
So that's my report.
All right. Thanks for coming over and doing it.
Okay,
Giving it
thank
to
you.
us.
Appreciate the time.
You bet. Thank you.
Being able to get out of the office and go on a drive.
We need action. Did you bring your bike?
No, I did not. I should have. But maybe next time.
Yeah.
So,
Good night, it was Jordan, right?
yes. And did you get a copy of the report? Okay.
Thanks, Jordan.
Thanks.
Appreciate you coming.
Indy.
You ready for me?
Yep. State your name and stuff for our record.
Indy Green,
Here for arena stuff.
yes.
Okay.
Where do you want to start? Easy stuff or hard stuff?
Wherever you want.
So biggest thing that I want to talk about is getting sand put in the big arena. New sand. And I brought, this is a little weird, but I did bring an example of what's in the big arena and what's in the lower arena. This is J-bar sand that you guys got. Now the clods that are out of here, when that arena blend gets wet, that's what it turns to. And it takes a ton of water. You can see there's not much left to it. It's just gravelly, and this stuff is just way better. And there's not much left in there, and like I said, it turns to those hard clods. It's bad on that tractor, the drag that we have. It's tearing the teeth. I've got to get new teeth again for it, because it's tearing it apart. So we're just spending a bunch of money keeping that drag working properly.
So you want to add sand in? Or?
Yeah, I don't want to take anything out. So
Okay.
like if we could have the county come in and just, like they do usually before fair, how they kind of pull it out of the sides and push it back to the middle and then just roll it, make it hard, and then put sand from J-bar on top of it.
How much sand are you thinking?
Well, I was talking to my dad to see, because like I said, there's not a lot in there, but I was thinking we could start with like 4 trucks and see where that puts it. Because I'm not 100% sure. I know 10, 15 years ago when Pam had them come in, they put like 8 trucks and 8 pups, and it was way too much.
Too deep.
Yeah, and then you got Ben Gurman
Yep.
throwing a fit, which I try to keep everything pulled away from the buck and shoots through the year just to make it easier. But, so I don't want to go super deep, because then Jade will throw a fit because steer's feet get stuck in the dirt. The barrel racers don't like it.
Yeah, I
So-
would start out less and
And then if we need to add more, then we can just add more to it.
I kind of got cussed. I don't even remember who it was when we put the last sand in it, and I don't know.
Oh, the arena blend.
Yeah. What does this sand do to the arena blend?
I don't think it'll do a lot. There's nothing really left to it, and I think if we pack it down, if they can get it wet and pack it down, it's gonna pack down to that. So you're just making a hard pan essentially. Because right now, if I dig it down, because everybody's wanting me to dig it, but there's not a lot left before you hit that gravel base. So when I drop my teeth down and dig, it's just pulling up gravel.
Yeah, we don't want that.
And so I think if we leave what's in there right now and they level it out and then just pack it down and then throw that sand on top. I mean, I'm not a dirt expert, but that's what I would do.
Seem like you know quite a bit, actually.
Well, I've been living my life over there for the last 4 years, so. But that's just what I would do. I think it would be cheaper that way. This sand of J-bars, I can go a week or 2 without even really touching it, and it stays soft and nice. This stuff, as soon as it gets, and it takes a ton of water to be workable, so I'm using a ton of water. And then as soon as it dries up the next day, you'll go over there and that's what it will turn into. And that gets stuck in that drag, so I have to take that drag home once a week, or just depending on how much I'm working it, and spray it off and dig it all out, and it gets caught in those bearings. Like, I replaced the bearing in it that I told you about. When I replaced that one, I noticed the other one's bad, so now I've got to get another one again. And so it's tearing that $20,000 drag apart, and I know we don't want to spend the money to replace that. So
Okay.
I just think this would be a good solution, and it would also keep people off of your backs come.
Fair time.
No, it won't.
I told Sim last year, he was getting phone calls when it was really bad, and I finally called him. I says, just come look at it, please. And I try to tell everybody, go through me. You know, they know that I'm over there working it and stuff, so if they have a complaint, I try to get them to come to me so then I can talk to you guys, and I'm a lot more workable, I feel. Maybe Bill will disagree, I don't know.
Well, you're there working it, so you know more about it than any of us do, so.
Yeah, and I'm trying to keep it to where
But
everybody's happy.
You think 4 won't be too much? 4 loads?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I really don't think 4 loads, because we put in, I
What'd
remember
we-
last year when we put that in before
What did we
fair.
do, 2?
I don't know if we did 2 or 1.
But we did have some corners and edges that didn't get done.
Well, we just did those 2 strips that were just straight hard stuff, and it's worked in and made things nicer on the edges, but the whole thing is just turned to that stuff, and it's, when it dries out, people don't like to water it themselves, so it's just a dust bowl over there. This other stuff from J-Bar doesn't get quite as dusty. I mean, it's gonna get dusty no matter what, it's dirt, but
Yeah.
it's not quite as bad. So that's the major one that I wanted to see if we could
Okay.
do,
Sure.
and maybe hopefully the sooner the better.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
I know.
So, will Barker's just let us, I mean, can we buy some sand from Barker's?
That's what we've done in the past, I know. Like that, all the sand that's in that little arena that you guys put in 2 years ago, I want to say. I don't know who got it in there, but I think it was 2 years ago they put that in there. It just comes straight from J-Bar. And before we got the arena blend, that's what used to be in that
Right.
arena. And so I think if we just talk to Clay or Pat, and I don't think it's going to be, it's never been an issue before. So
No.
I guess, you know,
They were good to,
Yeah, they'll be fine. I guess the big thing is we'll have to talk to Brandon and see if we can get it, have it pulled away from the edges and get it rolled out. I mean, they're short-handed and they're,
so tell me why you wanna pack it down.
well, I think if we don't pack it down, right now it's on level, because that arena's not ever been level. Even when they pull it from the sides, it's just got weird dips in the middle after winter settling and all the water that comes in. That arena, I don't know what it is, it's just got weird dips and stuff in it. So right now it's not level, so if we didn't pull it from the, and everything moves to the sides after everybody
Right,
rides in
right.
it. So to pull it away, I think would just help kind of level it out. And if we pack it down, that's going to give it a base to sit on top of. So I'm not digging, because if we just put sand in there without leveling it and packing it down, this stuff's just going to mix harder. It's going to mix in with all of this more. I mean, it's still going to mix a little bit, but
Yeah.
you're either going to have to do it that way, I would guess, or take what's in there completely out, put a brand new base in there, and throw that on top, which I think is going to be a way bigger job.
It would be. Okay.
And maybe they would know better. You know, I don't know what he would say, if that would be a good idea or not. We've never done that before, so, but honestly, it can't get worse. It really can't than what it is right now.
Okay.
So,
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. We want to help you. What's going to take the longest is probably finding the help to prepare the arena.
right.
Just because one of our things in our morning meeting already was that we're missing some employees and they're getting behind the
Right.
roads crew. So I don't know if you know of anybody else that could help pack it down.
And I don't know if Clay, if Pat and them have the equipment I don't think they have a grader to go in there
No.
and pull it from the sides.
Take a road grader.
That's how they've done it in the past, is they take a road grader in there and then they'd have to take a water truck in
But
there.
I think Brandon could do it. And
when he's swinging
Couple
by us
hours.
through
Yeah,
town
I
one of
mean,
these-
when they,
when he's
you know,
here in
when we
town.
do it every year before fair, it takes him just a couple of hours to pull it away, and
Yeah.
then I can always go in there with the tractor and level a lot of stuff out, which is what I normally do anyway. I try to pull stuff away from the sides with the bucket or
Yeah.
whatever, so that it's not such a pain in the butt for everybody.
Okay, yeah, we'll coordinate with him.
Okay, perfect.
Maybe I'll just take the new blade down, just do it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Is it here in town?
Yeah, it's up at the shop. Works really well.
We got a brand new grader.
Don't take it up to Huffingers.
We won't.
You know more than we do, and you do filter out a lot of complaints, so we want to help you out.
Okay, I do try, honestly. I told Sim that last year when we solved our issue over there, that he was getting a ton of phone calls, and I try to get people to I try to tell them, if you have an issue with the arena, please just come to me, because then I can just text one of these guys or call or whatever and just say, hey, this is what
Yeah.
I'm hearing. And so I try to minimize them coming to you guys, because some of them are not super great when they decide to call them.
And we're happy to talk to them, but you're just
Right.
going to know more than I do.
Right.
You know? So,
Well, I don't know how much I know. I'm just shooting in the dark, but yeah, that's the major one that I think would help a bunch.
Okay.
One other thing on that in the arena, and this is, I mean, I know that I'm sure there's probably a certain budget.
I forgot you had a list. I thought that was the only thing.
I know, I have a list.
Okay. Let's keep going.
That's just the one I majorly want done.
Okay.
Is just that. But near future, at some point, if we can, I would like to get the fence tore out of the big arena and put something new up, because
We're getting holes in it.
every year before fair, I go over there for an entire day with a ball of wire, and I'm wiring the fence together. I'm wiring it back up to the top pole, because it's the steers and the bucking horses and everything that's hitting it. That fence has been there since I was a kid. So the little arena is fine, what's around this side of the little arena, but the entire big arena, the bottoms have completely rusted out, so there's wires sticking out everywhere, and everybody ties their horses to the fences in there. Horses are getting their feet stuck in it. It's old.
So would we put up new of what's there?
So
or
I tried to look up to see to find the wire, like what's in there. And I found some, just to give you a rough idea, I found 100-foot length. It was 72 inches high by 2x4 mesh, which is in there. It's 12.5 gauge, and it's $405 a roll. Now, I don't know how much it's going to take. And I know you got to have a pretty good crew, because that stuff's pretty tough. So you got to have some way to stretch it and pull it and stuff like that. So I wouldn't even know the ins and outs of doing it. And then the only other thing you could do is either go with panels or something like that. And I don't even know if that would work with what's in there right now with that welded pipe. So I just know that at some point here in the near future, we're going to have to
we are.
get new fence put up. You know, Jade runs all those team ropings and stuff, and those steers get where he's got his return alley. They hit into the fence, and when they're team roping and stuff, and even the bucking horses and stuff. There's kids that go over there and buck horses every once in a while and crash into there. And I know at some point there's going to be a bull or something go through, because it's just, I'm going over there every year and trying to fix what I can.
Yeah.
But
We were having our little hot dog roast. Bill and I were looking. There were some holes down on this end.
yeah, down on the very end, there's some pretty, well, that Jade has put up a panel in the one, because there's just nothing left of it. If you took the panel down, it would be, I mean, a horse could go through it. It's pretty bad. And like I said, that doesn't have to be a right now thing, but it's just something that maybe we should think about
I think
trying to accomplish.
we budgeted some money for the arena, so
Right.
that's not a problem. Getting it put up would be the biggest issue.
And it is, yeah, and that stuff is pretty tough to work with, I know. So I don't know who we could get to come put it up, but I just know it's something that's gonna need to be done,
Yeah,
just for safety reasons and things like that.
we'll see what we can do.
Okay. The other thing is the sound system.
We budgeted for a new sound system.
Okay. And I don't know if we're gonna need to get somebody to check those speakers. I don't know if that would have, or if it's just the sound box that we've had, that was the issue, or if there's a wiring issue going on up in the crow's
Yeah, I
nest.
don't know either.
I mean, we'd probably have to have somebody that knows what they're doing just to make sure and check everything. Cause I'm hoping that a new sound box would just fix the issue, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So just something to kind of, we might need.
That's somewhere I could probably help. I
Okay.
like that kind of stuff, so
Perfect.
I can
That
check it out.
And I know those speakers have been there for, I don't know how long, and some of the sprinklers, when I run water, hit them, and then
Yeah.
just the weather, so, and I know that wiring to that crow's nest is sketchy, to say the least, so hopefully a new sound box would just fix it, but I know we have nothing to, as far as a sound system. Last year I was using just a karaoke machine down at the end of the arena,
Yeah.
when I did my barrel racings and stuff, and I know Rhonda, I think she borrowed 4-H or something, those great big speakers that you set up, but that's something that at least needs to be accomplished before fair.
I wonder if, like Lake Towns, if you could put a couple of speakers
Oh,
on
those
each
big ones.
inside of the arena. Or if you gotta run them clear to the other end.
I don't know. I know, because our arena's set up differently
Yeah,
than ours. Ours, I don't know if it would carry all the way down here or not.
yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
That's relatively inexpensive technology too,
Right.
as far as running new cables or new speakers. They don't cost a lot nowadays.
Which is good, because, and that soundboard is, I don't even know how old. And maybe if we do get one, maybe we can find somewhere else to store it, because it's up in that big metal box up in the crow's nest, and it sits all winter when it's 40 below. I'm sure that's not good on it. And then in the summer heat, it's,
We'd wanna take it down, I'm sure.
yeah, and put it somewhere to store during the winter. And I mean, I think through the summer it would probably be okay. It's not gonna get water in there or anything. It might get hot, but winter, and I don't know who wants to be in charge of that, but probably would be best to take it out of there in the winter and store it somewhere else
Yeah.
to help make it last a little bit longer. So yeah, so I'll need to get with Anneliesa probably to get new teeth and another bearing for that. I just ordered the last one, and then I just come in and had her reimburse me for that, but they're not expensive, but my good heavens, the shipping was ridiculous. So, but the teeth I'm sure will be a lot more expensive to get, so I'll get those if that's
Yeah,
okay with everybody.
absolutely.
And then the only other thing, and this isn't a money issue, is the county trucks that are parked down here at the end of the arena. Is there any way we can get those guys to not park there?
The garbage trucks?
No, it's Lynn's
It's the
truck,
pickups,
and
it's
then,
the pickups.
yeah. So I had them, they were parking in front of the little gate down at the end of the little arena, and in order for me to work that little arena, I have to be able to pull through it, because I can't make that tight
Right.
turn at the bottom without hitting the fence. So I finally got them to stop parking in front of that. Well, now they're just, my whole thing is, you get Jade over there at his team opens, there's 50 plus guys that pull in there with trucks and trailers. There's kids running around everywhere. They're going to get messed with. They're possibly going to get hit.
For the summer, they can park them up to the
Yeah,
road shed, and they can just drive up and leave out of the road shed.
but I was just hoping maybe you guys could talk to them and see if they would.
Done.
Thanks, Bill. So easy to work with, aren't you? Good thing we're friends. He's not agreeing.
You guys are friends?
I think so. I'll say we are.
Yeah, let me see, I may be able to get, some teeth and a bearing without even,
And my grandpa said once he thought maybe there was an extra set of teeth up to the county sheds.
there is.
Okay. And if you'll just get them to me, like I fixed that bearing myself. I tore it apart and put it back together. It wasn't, I mean, it's a pain in the butt job, but it saved you guys money for me sending it to J-Bar and having them charge you $100 an hour or whatever it is that, they charge. It was, the teeth might be a little different. I don't know if I can get those broke apart, but I definitely try. So it's pretty easy maintenance for me to,
I think that the last ones we put new bolts as well as new
so maybe
teeth,
it won't be as
so,
big a deal.
Yeah, and I ordered 2 sets, so,
Okay.
there should be a set, I believe. Well, they either might be in the 4-H building over here,
Oh, okay.
or they are the county shed. I'll follow up and find out where they're
Yeah, and if you'll just get them, and even if you just want to throw them in that tractor, it's at J Bar right now. I just got a full service done on it because it had been a year since it had had a full service done. So I did have that done on the tractor. But when it's here at the arena, if you want to just throw them in there, I can take care of it.
Okay.
And then I can get a new bearing and get that put back on so I don't lose the roller.
Let me look at the bearing.
Okay.
We can probably pick a bearing up.
And I don't know
We'll
if
have to pay
they,
for it, huh?
that's why Dad said, he's like, I think that's just kind of a generic bearing we should be able to get somewhere else, but I
Yeah.
wasn't, the one I got, I just ordered right off the Black Widow
Right.
website, which like I said, the bearing was only like $26, but the shipping was 28.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit more of a thing.
I'll get your bearings and teeth one way or
Okay.
the other. We'll find out.
Yeah, just let me know and then I'll get it taken care of.
Okay.
So, but yeah, that's all I've got. So hopefully it wasn't too painful.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Indy's helping us out with the fair, so.
Cool.
Yeah, you just got to get with me and I'll start on that job.
Yeah.
Everybody has seemed pretty excited. I've had people come to me and already say that they're glad that I'm doing it and whatnot. So I'm thinking things should be pretty good. Hopefully a little less stress and so.
I was gonna see that, if you wanted to contact, like the school, the PTO, or,
Is it PTO or PTA?
well, what do
Did they
call
change it?
Yeah, I think it was, but
Oh.
same deal.
So Hillary,
Yeah,
okay, contact Hillary for,
let me see here.
I'm gonna put PTA because I know what that means. I don't know
Yeah.
what PTO means. It's the same thing.
Pretend.
Yeah, exactly. I don't get that.
PTA Bouncy Houses,
Oh.
Hillary Kennedy,
For the fair,
yeah.
okay. And I've already had like Mindy ask me to make sure it was okay that Hazer parks his snow cone shack like during the fair and stuff, and I assumed, I probably should have asked you, but I assumed we've never had an issue with it before, so it would be
Same as,
be a yes.
so there was a snow cone, or there was his, and then there was like a churro.
Yeah.
Was that a PTA thing, the churro thing?
I have no idea.
I thought that was just someone who, I mean, and then on the other end there was,
Well, didn't Bridget do something the one time too, with the burgers and stuff like that? Is because I know it's not Lions Club anymore.
no,
is
it's-
it?
drill team.
So the
It's
cheerleaders,
cheerleaders drill, it's school
it's a school
something
thing.
thing, what they call it.
So is that still a
it's all-
Hillary deal, or is that something else?
No, it's not Hillary, it was,
Oliver's wife and
Oh, Kelsey, Tristan, Argyle, maybe. I know they work together on the cheerleaders. I think Tristan is the
yeah,
head coach.
yeah.
So do I need to talk to them about
Please.
if they want to still do that?
Somebody called me and to make sure, and I told them, yeah, I would do the same thing.
Okay.
So they may already be figuring on that.
So ask her if she still wants to do the hamburger stand for the fair, and then ask Hillary if she needs who she needs to get a hold of to do if we want to still do the bounce houses.
See if she'll do that,
Okay.
if the PTO will still do that.
Okay.
And then we need to talk to the Farm Bureau about the steak dinner.
Who do I contact for that?
Who's this Farm Bureau's president? Tracy Hatch, you know.
Okay, I see him a lot, so ask him who to contact, and then
Mhm.
we can ask them if they still want to do the steak dinner.
Last year, Farm Bureau and Rich High School Athletics did it.
And who would that be? It's not Lex, is it?
No, the athletic guy is
Cooper.
Oh.
Cooper Cornea.
Well, good, I live right next to him. So I'll ask him if they still wanna do that with Farm Bureau, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll tell Mindy that she definitely will still do the snow cone shack, and I guess I can go ask Bridget if they're planning on wanting something. And then I guess if anybody else, shoot me a text and I'll
Okay.
get a hold of whoever, and then I'll let you know whenever, if these are all a yes.
Okay.
Anything else? Sweet.
Do you remember how many teeth that has? I can't remember, there's 2 models, and I can't remember.
8 or 10, I wanna say. I think there's 4 on the front. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's 10.
I think you're right.
But I have never counted them. I'm just going off of what I think it looks like.
Yeah, there's 2 different models. One has 2 teeth or two or 3 shanks more than the other one.
Yeah, and this one's just got the 2 rows, so I think there's just 10 on there.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
But yeah, I'll get that tractor back over here, and whenever, if you get that stuff, I'll just get it.
I'll get it taken care of.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you guys, I
Appreciate
appreciate
you.
it, and appreciate listening to me, so.
Go ahead and get that sand thing
Yeah, just,
okayed, and then we'll coordinate it with the branding.
okay, I know Jade's gonna hold a team rope in here in 2 weeks, and I was gonna start running barrels here at the end of June, so. I mean,
Okay.
I get it, if they're shorthanded and we can't get it by then, I understand.
Oh, I think we
but
can do it by then.
in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great then. Perfect.
Okay.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks, Indy. Okay. John Scott here, or Kirk.
Kirk.
You wanna come up?
You have my P.O. box still, right? The 5 doesn't wanna work.
Sorry you've been waiting a while, Kirk.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to see the whole process.
You were here for the staff meeting.
Yeah.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Well,
We're towards the end, so we're like,
I thought I might have been.
Sam Weston.
Kirk Dexter, nice to meet you.
John.
John, nice to meet you.
Kirk, Bill Cox.
How do you do? So I have these. There are no expense, right?
Are you, can we shop today as well, or?
Of course.
Yeah. Always.
Although I will say that at the onset that I am not doing this to make money. In fact, I retired, officially retired in January of this year, and going through all of the Social Security and Medicare and that sort of thing. With Medicare Part B, I get penalized if I make too much money, so this is more of a hobby, but, you know, I also want to do things like Raspberry Days and that sort of thing, so. I have to be able to charge sales tax, so I set all that up with the state. I don't have to do anything with Garden City since I live outside of the city limits, but I have to get approval from
The county.
this august board.
So where is it outside of the Garden City that you live?
We live on Sweetwater Hill.
Oh. Okay.
So will you be just doing this in your garage, or your
Correct.
utility shop, or what are you doing?
Yeah, in the garage. We also have a nice shed on the property, and I might be using that, might convert that, get power run to that, but for the time being, I'm using the garage. And then, once they're built, we take them down, we have a storage unit. I guess it's kind of over by the city offices
Yeah.
there, and so we keep them there, and if somebody wants to buy one, we either deliver it or have them come there. We're not allowed to have a business that conducts business on Sweetwater Hill, so all I'll be doing there is building them essentially.
And then your business will be located at your storage unit, is that how you'll do that?
Yeah,
Let's have you state your full name and your business and what you're here for the record.
Sure. Kirk Dexter, here to get a business license for Lone Prairie Coffins LLC.
Okay.
3 sizes available.
Well, 3 sizes, a standard size, which is essentially for anybody up to 6'4". The petite size, essentially for someone up to 5'9" or so. And then the third size is custom. If somebody is taller or shorter, or wants to have, you know, the real toe pincher effect where their shoulders are touching, their knees are touching, and they're,
I
you
don't
know,
want that. I'm claustrophobic.
Well, see-
That's giving me a problem already.
Oh, man.
you see it, and I would say
You got some with a glass lid so I can see out?
no, but as kind of a novelty in my own coffin, what I did was on the inside of the lid, I put a Wi-Fi password. And then having forgotten that I did that, we actually donated that coffin to Matt Clough's auction here.
Uh-huh.
And so somebody's got to, I mean, first time he opens that up, he's going to say, "What the heck is this?" You know?
So is it gone? Somebody's bought it already? Is that?
We donated it to Matt Clough's auction over here at the antique car show that they had in
Oh.
2019.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I built 3 coffins for myself and given them all away so far.
So,
I want the one he builds for himself.
It's nice and
coffins are
spacious.
meant to be basic pine, no padding, no lining, no pillow.
Correct.
So if you want your own pillow, you gotta bring it, huh?
And my wife, hers was the second coffin that I built, and she's got hers. She painted hers. She's got padding in it. It's very nice and it's very comfortable.
Okay, I changed my mind. I want hers.
Yours won't, you won't fit in hers.
But really the whole point of doing this is when we were doing our end of life planning, one of the things that we did was visit the funeral home and realized how expensive the coffin is. It's, depending on your headstone, it's either the most expensive or the second most expensive thing that you get. And so the reason I'm doing this is to give folks an option to a very expensive alternative. And plus, when your kids are sitting there in the funeral home, they're being forced to make very logic-based decisions at a highly emotional time. And so we thought, if we could get coffins to people before they need them, that would be our goal. We did sell one to my wife's, we didn't sell it, he reimbursed me for the materials. My wife's cousin, who wanted to have it in his office and wanted to use it as a bookshelf, and so I was able to just, with some boards, turn it into a bookshelf. There was a lot of objection by his wife, and I don't know how that turned out, but
That's interesting.
yeah.
What, are they typically just pine? What do you use for
It's,
wood?
I use, both Home Depot and Lowe's call it whiteboard, and it can be spruce, fir, or pine, or a combination, I guess, of that. It tends to be the cheapest wood that I can get in the 8 and 10-inch width,
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, I would make a motion that we grant Kirk a business license for Lone Peak Coffins LLC.
Lone Prairie Coffins. I'll second that.
Okay,
Lone Peak, did I say Peak? Sorry, Lone Prairie Coffins LLC.
$50?
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
you do too. Okay, the motion is that Kurt Dexter be granted his business license for Lone Prairie Coffins LLC. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Is there any requirement for liability insurance?
I see you've already got some.
Well, no, that was an estimate. I still have to, finalize it with my, my insurance agent.
There is, we
Okay.
require you to carry
Okay.
some liability. Just-
Oh, I filled out the form. He sent me a form that, I basically am turning down the terrorism coverage, which I'm glad I don't have to have
Yeah,
that. But, and then I'll send that off to him straight away.
when you get, your information back, if you would just get that information back, and she'll put it with your business license that you have, a certificate of insurance, that's all we need.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
Kirk, how long have you been living up there on Aspen?
We built our home up there in 2008, but we haven't lived there full-time until just this January.
Okay, as you said, there's a lot of new people that have just the last couple of years have decided to live in their second homes. So that's what I was asking.
Yeah, we've been trying to get up there for a while, and it's mostly economic issues, but now that we're retired, we're there full-time and
Cool.
loving it.
Awesome.
Up until yesterday when they put the mag water down.
Yeah.
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 Okay, you can take this into my office and purchase a business license. That's
Okay,
for Pam,
very good.
so
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let her know that, thank you.
So John is not here?
We can
Are
try
we-
calling him.
Well, let's wait
Okay.
and we'll let Travis go since he's here.
We got fires to put out.
Yeah,
I tried
Almost.
to call you to see if you needed to be on it, so I'm glad you're here.
you're good. The biggest thing is that so Rick Larson, I talked to Bill, I think, did I mention it to you? Just briefly, he had to be suspended, or his employment had to be suspended for 1 year because of the retirement thing with the schools. So what we decided to do, and I kind of talked with Bill a little bit, was basically he's going to be off for 1 year, and then he wants to come back. So basically it's a temporary to meet the Utah retirement issues. In that lull, we thought maybe it'd be a good idea to bring Jaden Larson on. He's our most highly qualified wildland firefighter in the county as the assistant warden. Put him in that position for a year. He was very interested, so was just kind of an update for you guys on what we're.
So, and
Wondered if you guys had any concerns or.
so basically Dusty in the state is the one that's doing the hiring, not us. So they're going through that process, but Travis visited with me about it, and you know, Jaden's got some interest, and it's hard to find people who, you know, are interested enough to. And
Is he living here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's and that's the other good thing is he's in Randolph,
He's here in Randolph.
so he would have an initial attack truck. So Rick's truck would go to him, and the cool thing is Rick he's still gonna volunteer and be around. He just can't receive any money
Right.
for his time, so keep him engaged too. And then kind of long term, and I don't know how this is going to work, but Sovereign Lands is looking for some part-time help to work on the lake, so maybe we could even work it where Jaden could in the future, maybe next year, maybe like a seasonal position with Sovereign Lands if that's something he wants to stay working for, like the state, and we could still use him for fire, where it would be it might work out pretty good for the county to have another resource and not really be paying any more money, you know. So yeah.
Well, it'd be helpful for Sovereign Lands as well.
For sure.
So that's something that's I'm glad you guys are looking into that, because you know, just having him work in Sovereign Lands, but once the second we have a fire call,
Yes.
he immediately would be accessible
Yep.
and experienced and could go. So.
Yeah.
And you know, there's been times where it's not been very many, but there's been times when we've had 2 fires going on in
That's
the
right.
county at the same time.
Yes.
And you know, that when you only got 1 fire warden or even
Yes.
2 of you, that creates some issues. So
For sure. Well, and I think it's important, like, it's a really good it's a good opportunity for us too, to get somebody that lives here year round, that has good connections with the community. I mean, but is off through the summer, like this school teacher, and like to come and work
Yeah.
for us in the summer is a really good, it really is a good fix, I think, for all parties involved, really. So kind of a lucky thing. So that's kind of the route we were gonna go. I just wanted to make sure you guys were good with that, and yeah.
I think it's great, and Dusty's
Yeah.
okay with that.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good fit.
And then we'll have Rick back on. I think he can start again employment June 1st of next year. So that'll fulfill his 1 year
He
off.
sounds good with letting him have it back.
Yeah. No, and I think if we can find Jaden a role either, and then we do have some like fuel work that's going on in some different, there's like a project going up on Bug Lake and Beaver Mountain, and maybe we could plug him in doing some of that stuff too, where he could, still be engaging and still be able to go on some fires and hopefully get some experience. And I think it could be a pretty good deal. So that's kind of where we're shooting for. And the only other thing I wanted to bring up was on the side-by-side, it should be about ready to go. I know Bryce needs a check, I think, or we have to have him a check before the fiscal year ends for the state, which is June 30th. So I guess checks cut, so I do have copies of those invoices. So the one issue is the skid that goes in back of the side-by-side, the fire, it's still gonna be out a little while, but they did say they can take payment on it and they'll hold it and then just ship it as soon as it's ready to go. So, but the side-by-side is about ready to go and put into service. So I think they're just about wrapped up with a Weller Recreation, so.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, what accounts are coming out of?
Comes out of emergency
Emergency
management.
management? And you guys are okay if I write those checks down?
Yeah.
Do we need a motion to,
Yeah. I move that we
You got-
go ahead and
Yeah, if you want the,
pay for the,
side by side?
so that's
What's it called?
the side-by-side is that one. Sorry.
for the 2024 Polaris UTV Ranger XD for the fire warden,
Okay, I'll second that.
$41,015.
Dang.
Okay, motion to pay for the Polaris.
And that's the skid unit
Okay.
in the back.
Aye.
36,260, is that what you said? Or is that
Yeah.
not the total? Oh, 41.
We are all over the place on this one.
Balance due $41,015. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, I'll make another motion that we approve the purchase for the skid, you said?
Yep.
For $7,161.23 to
That's
go
like
inside the Polaris.
the rescue skid, yep.
Second.
Okay, motion is to pay for the skid unit that goes on it, $7,161.23. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
So-
Motion carries.
We're paying for half,
Yes,
Yeah.
so.
we'll get reimbursed back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You care to have it, or you
Yeah,
wanna
I
take-
can give it to you. And then, so the last issue, and I wanted to run this past you, Search and Rescue has an enclosed trailer that can fit the side-by-side in it. Brian offered, he said, that's totally fine if you wanna use it. He brought it up, was wondering, so I was going to buy a trailer for $4,000. He's got a trailer that has a room in it, save some money for everybody. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? I mean,
What else is in the trailer?
so it's the old side-by-side, the Yamaha, the one for, I think it's a 2002 Yamaha Rhino is in there. And then they do have like some tables, some chairs, like a whiteboard, some just other stuff. But that was the trailer needs a little bit of repairs. What he was wondering is he thought, well, geez, instead of buying another trailer, could we take that 4,000 and do something with search and rescue instead of buying a whole nother trailer with maintenance? And I kind of agree. I mean, I hate to spend more money if we don't have to, if we do have room in a trailer. And the truth is, it probably needs to be used a little bit, the trailer. I mean, I think it's kind of just one of those things that sits there and doesn't get used all that often.
Why don't you put that together and use that for this year and then look and see if we need to get something different for another year.
And save ourselves $4,000. I think it
may work awesome, may fall apart, but.
Yeah, I think it'll work. I think that it'll work all right. And where that is going to be used by them, and if the ambulance service wherever needs it. The only thing I was a little worried about is a little bigger trailer in some places. It's a little bigger, but I think at the same time you're gonna unload it and use the side by side to get.
I was just gonna say, it'll be just a staging trailer
Yeah.
and get unloaded. As you've got that, and I didn't really notice, is there some mounts on there to help with like a stretcher? And
Yeah.
that kind
So
of
that rescue skid actually will have a water tank, a small hose reel, a little pump, and then we can actually put a backboard on one side of it too. I think it'll be a really good. I think it could be very beneficial to
I think
the
so.
ambulance,
Absolutely, yeah.
fire.
That's what I was gonna ask was, when the ambulance needs it, you'll just.
Yeah,
take it
so
and
what
go.
I was going to do is if you guys get any indication that you would need it, I mean, where I'm on call or one of us is on call, you can page us or request dispatch to page that unit out. The sheriff's office, I was going to make sure they all have, access to it. Because I don't, you wouldn't want to pull it behind the ambulance probably, but
No.
to get it there and so we can work that out. however.
Generally, we're already on scene and realizing that we
Need it.
Well, or yes and no. I mean, if you got a four-wheeler, they're side by side that's crashed, up Lake Town Canyon, for example, you're not going to make it up there, and it's kind of like, well, let's get that moving. And
Well, if we want to set something up with whatever that would make it easier for you guys too, like if dispatch gets a report of whatever. Yeah, I'm happy to do whatever and try to help out wherever we can.
Okay. Travis has already helped us with his
Yeah.
personal side besides.
Yeah.
In his backyard.
Yeah. No, I think it'll be good to have for sure.
Okay.
So, okay, guys.
All
That's
right.
pretty much all I have. Oh, and I did just want to mention, I think I mentioned this, we do have, I think we're up to 14 new firefighters that are going to take the basic wildland class that starts Thursday night. So we're going to do it in Garden City, and we're going to offer it remotely. So Bryce, I don't know how this got worked out. Bryce was looking at buying a remote camera that we could do, and I think Garden City Fire was going to buy it too, so they could do some trainings. But hopefully we're going to help out being able to offer to some of the guys in Woodruff and Randolph that are working shifts, so they don't have to drive to Garden City and save everybody some time. We're able to offer these classes remotely up to the field day, so I think it'll be a good thing. So yeah, but that was pretty cool that we had that much interest in the basic wildland class. So
Yeah,
hopefully we
that's a
get
lot of
14 new guys going, all certified. That'll be good. So it'll be a good thing for the county. So yeah. Okay.
All
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Travis.
Thanks, Travis.
Will you just leave those,
I will.
Perfect, thanks.
Yeah.
Get the phone. These people that want natural burials, they have to be in the ground pretty quick, and this deal, that's what they want, is just wood and,
Yeah, the bare minimums.
yeah.
I thought about telling you, I read a news article saying that a gal was taken from a nursing home, now
pronounced dead. Nursing home, screwed up, funeral home found her alive.
Oh, geez.
I was like, I wonder if I should mention that.
Don't ever tell me about those stories. That's a nightmare. So they hauled them off,
It was a little old lady, yeah.
hauled her off, got her to the funeral home. They're like, she's living.
Who discovered her being alive?
A funeral home worker,
Oh, yeah.
getting her dressed. They were changing her.
Oh, dear me, dear me.
That'd be a terrible way to wake up.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do Kim, since she's here and they're not, so.
Okay. Kim Wilson, Rich County Assessor. I have personal property exemptions, so if you want me to, I'll just go ahead and
Is
leave
that all we got?
them.
Wow.
So I will leave them and let you go through them, and then if you'll just approve them or not approve them or whatever, and then,
I still think you put in the same ones a few times to test us to see if we're even looking through.
actually I don't. But I could, I should try that and see, but,
So John, what you need to do is just get a little
Yeah, a little work.
red, Sharpie and just put a little dot in
Yeah.
the corner.
Just a dot.
So you know if you've seen
yeah,
it or not.
we don't. Jeannie does her thing with them and we get them filed back, but we could wait and bring them to you all at once,
No,
but it's
this
easier
is,
to.
this is better.
Okay. I don't have anything else unless you guys have anything for me.
Oh, we'll work on those
Okay.
for you. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thanks,
so
Kim.
much.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, is this John?
Yeah, this is John.
We got the Rich County Commission here.
Oh, perfect.
Why don't you tell us what you want your business license for, and we'll have a few questions.
Also, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So mostly what we're doing is we're over
Hey.
here in the Garden City, Lake Town area, and
John,
we're pretty much just walking. Yeah.
would you identify yourself and the name of the business that you're applying a business license for, please, for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm John Stott. The business is Bear Lake Window Cleaning.
Thank you.
Okay,
And pretty much what we're doing is we're just out here in the Garden City, Lake Town area, with residential areas mostly, and we are cleaning windows. We're just doing the outsides and inside the windows, just cleaning the panes, cleaning the tracks out, and cleaning the screens. And that's really what we're doing.
how many employees you figuring to have?
So right now that's working is just me and my brother. And then listed we also have my sister, but she's not currently working for us. So right now there's just 3 of us.
Do you, have you got some liability insurance?
Yes, we do have some liability insurance.
Okay, if you would get us a copy of your certificate of your insurance, we'll put that with your business license that we'll keep on file.
Okay. Perfect. How do you want me to send that to you?
Could you send that to me, John? This is Anneliesa.
Yeah, I'll send that to you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I don't think so. I think
No questions.
Is it right out of his, is this business out of your home?
Yeah, this is out of our home.
Okay,
Okay, I'll make a motion, we approve the Bear Lake window cleaning, for their business license.
Second.
moved and second that we approve John Scott for a Bear Lake window cleaning business license. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Perfect.
John, I can follow up with you on taking care of the payment. You can come in,
Okay.
or we can pay over the phone, however we wanna do that, so.
Yeah, perfect, yeah.
$50 for a year annual.
Okay.
Okay, you're set.
All right, awesome. Thank you guys so much.
You bet, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, bye.
Bye.
Oh, I have a question on that, you guys. So people that get later on in the year, like halfway through the year, and they pay for a full year, but then we renew it at the beginning of the year, do they prorate that at all, or?
Well, it used to be that they come renewal when they were ever actually purchased. It wasn't an annual renewal, and then when you come on, you wanted to make it an annual renewal.
Do they?
Yes. So that's what we decided to do. So anybody that comes on, no, I don't think you
How's that any
prorate.
different than what?
I don't think you prorate it.
Huh.
I mean, for the amount of money it is, I think if
Right.
you just pay it and then it comes up for renewal, unless it's in the last quarter, then maybe you could prorate it.
Okay, thanks. I don't think I need that decision, though. Okay, so my item probably.
Yep.
Okay, Anneliesa Peart, Rich County Clerk Auditor. I'm here to give you a briefing on the May tax sale. And from what I researched, I learned that you approve minutes from the May tax sale. So I've got some minutes ready. There were 3 properties that were sold. I don't know if you want me to read the parcels and how much they were or anything like that. So, okay. Parcel 3603-030-0380. Original owner was Tiffany Berkey. Was sold for $42,000. The name of the purchaser was the DPW Enterprises. And that was that was at the Sweetwater Trailer Park.
That's what I was wondering. Just let us know kind of where it's at.
Yeah. The next one is 3604-040-0005, which was the Sweetwater Park Subdivision 4. Original owner was Chuck Hoffman. Sold for $65,500. Purchased by the Grassteet Family Trust. And then the last one is parcel 411601000008 in the Triangle Estates subdivision. Original owner Denton and Karen Wright. The amount of sale was for $67,000 and it's purchased by Catherine Betts.
Where is that at? I mean, I see the estates, but about what's the area?
I have the little map right here.
And I can probably pull it up too.
I have my little map. I can go grab it, or John can pull it up.
I can pull it up here, usually. So it looks like it's in, it's that little loop in Garden City as you pass like Crepes and Coffee, and that loops up and around,
Okay,
pops out like,
right in town there.
yeah, kind of like, here's like, Dwayne Gifford's house, it's right behind it, right behind it.
And for anyone who's listening that wants those parcel numbers, can get a copy from me directly. Anyway, it was held on May 16th, so this is for your approval.
I move we approve the minutes of the May tax sale and the purchases that were made.
Second that.
Okay, it's moved and second that we approve the Rich County May tax sale minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All, any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, along with that, I'd move we approve the May 2nd minutes for the commission meeting.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, motion to approve May 2nd minutes for commission meeting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, that's got us up to break time. We're 15 minutes early. Have you looked through these, Bill?
Briefly, but there was a couple of questions I
Okay.
had. We could go on and do the fire district appointments and the cemetery appointments probably.
Okay.
And also there's a conservation district donation.
The trailers themselves aren't included in this, the price.
Because they would be on the property tax. Like what Kim does, this is just what's in the trailer.
So in Woodruff, the fire district in Woodruff, they have one applicant, David Stacey. There's an email from him. And the board was recommending him for appointment.
Okay.
So his board appointment had expired, or was expiring, and so he's saying that he would
Re-up.
do it.
Okay.
So I'd make a motion that we appoint David Stacey to the Woodruff Fire Board.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion is to appoint David Stacey as on the Woodruff Fire District Board. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, in the Garden City Cemetery District, there were two. They only needed to appoint one. Here's an email from Tiffany Walberg. Mike Madsen has resigned from the Garden City Cemetery Board. The position has been posted and 2 applications were received. The cemetery board has reviewed the candidates and they have no preference. So
that's nice of them.
there's one from Jane Davis and one from Mina Wayman. And you can look at these or they're in your packet.
Is it Mina or Mina?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
I have no clue either.
It's me now.
Mina?
I'm sorry if I said your name wrong.
I'll defer to you two. Cause I don't know either one of them.
Yeah, no, Jane Davis. She was Jane Hodges.
Oh,
Yeah, I know Jane and Brad. I don't know Mina. They both look pretty qualified. We should kick it back to them and make them pick. I'm guessing they probably just don't meet often enough.
I would make a motion that we appoint Jane Davis as Garden City Fire District, or excuse me, Garden City Semi District.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, got a motion to approve Jane Davis as on the Garden City Cemetery District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
This is a letter from Candy Cornea. That is, similar to something she wrote last year. You can read through that. She's asking for a donation from the county commission.
NRCS.
No, the Conservation District, Rich County Conservation District is, we have in the past, given them a donation at $2,500. They do, several things, awarded 2 seniors, to some scholarships, purchased, some, pieces of equipment, a pivot track, no-till drill, a chain harrow, a weed sprayer, seed broadcaster. Those things are available for producers to check out and use. And they have actually participated on some local GIP projects, which is a grazing improvement program that were brought forward with a small donation towards those projects. I think it's a worthwhile donation for our conservation district. They meet once a month, and everybody participates, and they look at projects throughout the county. So they also provided outreach at the Cattleman's Dinner, and they had an award there for a producer of the year as well. So I'd make a motion that we give a donation of $2,500 to the Rich County Conservation District.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
All right, motion to give Rich County Conservation District a donation of $2,500. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next, Anneliesa.
There's just a correction that we need to make on a resolution number, that was in the minutes that had been recorded wrong. It was the same number as a previous resolution, so, I don't know how you want me to read this. So the original resolution is R23-3, which was the resolution to order a moratorium on petitions to develop RV parks and campgrounds in unincorporated Rich County. That was in April 2023. And then, it looks like the original one that was R23-3 was on January 4th, 2023, which was the resolution to approve updates to Rich County's personnel policy 3-400. So I would ask for a motion to change the April 3rd resolution to become R23-4. If anybody has any questions on that.
Okay, I make that motion.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
No, that's not overlapping with any other resolutions in 4, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Well, because this is 23, and the ones in 24 are 24.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so our opioid settlement funds reporting, what do we need to do on
Sorry, that was you moved and then John seconded on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the opioid funds, they just need a representative from UAC, the Utah Association of Counties, just needs a couple of letters on what we intend to do with our opioid settlement funds. And I don't believe, you know, if you have something decided on how you want to use those,
So those opioid settlement funds go to the substance abuse program with the Bear River Health Department.
I wondered about that because I saw those entries. So that's what we decided to do with them, was to give them to the Bear River. Okay, so
Well, yeah, Bear River substance abuse. I mean, that's the goal of the, and they will use those funds both for treatment as well as promotion. So the whopping
promotion of treatment or promotion of
promotion of substance abuse.
treatment.
Well, no, against substance abuse. So in other words, some of the ads you see on TV about, you know, whatever they may be about using drugs, but there's, sometimes they do schools, they come into schools and talk about drugs and how affirming they are and how they can ruin lives.
Okay.
So,
I'll rewrite these letters and have you sign them. I don't know if you need to make a motion to
yeah,
sign these.
we get like 2,000 a year. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
That's, yeah. So, we felt like that's where the money was coming from, and technically that's, the settlement money was to go to some type of either, you know, prevention, treatment. I said promotion, I meant prevention.
Okay.
But prevention of campaigns or actual treatment, quite a few of them are using it for treatment, to help, the difference between,
Those bills and all the time.
insured and underinsured people. And, so we just turned it over to the health department with the substance abuse program. So far, unless we wanna do something different, but that's what we're doing with it right now. And they're just, UAC's just trying to follow up on that because there was some stipulations in the settlement that they had to be met, and if we're not meeting them, then the county's gotta come into compliance.
Okay. Alright, so I can just get that taken care of now. And then the last thing I have is this URS contribution. I was hoping to do this after lunch, cause I need to get a copy of what we're already, contributing, but this is what this letter from URS, says. There's, it's for the public safety and firefighter pickup elections. So it's during the last few years, your agency selected all on the picket form when you elected to pay the Tier 2 public safety and firefighter hybrid member contributions. Based upon recent changes, we need to fill out a new form. With the specific percentage of salary your agency will be picking up. So I just need a little bit of time to get what that number was. We talked about it last month. So anyway, we just need to fill out a new form.
So you'll just make, all it is just reauthorizing that we will pay 100% of the URS contribution required.
Yeah, so it sounds like we just need to keep saying all then.
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like I'm the one that signs this.
Yes.
So where would I put? I'll see if I can find what we had last time. Do you need like a motion on that one at all, or is that just administrative?
No, we can reauthorize it. I move that we reauthorize the contribution for URS for our public safety. We do not have any firefighters, full-time firefighters, so it's our public safety personnel, for 100% of the URS contribution.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right, moved and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
For tier 2. I need to specify that is for tier 2.
Is that the one that they're starting to charge the employees for because you cap out at a certain amount?
Mhm.
So you're just paying up to the cap?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's all I have besides expenditures and.
We done with tax exemption, we could do that.
Yeah. I make a motion that we approve the property tax exemptions presented to us by the assessor.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve the personal property tax exemptions that we have been given by our assessor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We adjourn for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that dropped for the not with no second.
I don't wanna get another finding on our audit.
So Emily called you and said she was in a wreck. Do we know any more about it?
She
Is
called Pam.
Is it drivable? What's going on?
I don't know yet.
So we can shut off.
Yeah, so, sorry, did we move to?
We moved to
pause?
adjourn, yeah, or we're adjourning for lunch.
lunch.
Who moved?
now is public hearing to petition to vacate historical public street there in Meadowville.
Throw me up there?
Sure.
Do we do a motion to open a public hearing?
Yeah, we'll have to do that.
So I would make a motion that we open the public hearing.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, we got the motion and a second to open a public hearing for this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right.
I think if you would like to sign the attendance, that'd be good for the record.
Do we have any comments about this?
I'm here to answer whatever questions you have, so.
So this is a petition to vacate, vacate right-of-ways that was laid out in a subdivision in Meadowville, which have never been exercised and were never, taken over by a public entity. And so the petition is to abandon those historic right-of-ways that was in the recorded plat. Based on the fact that they were never taken over by a public entity or never awarded by a public entity and have not been exercised, I can see that the petition probably is the way to go to vacate them, so. That's the gist of the public hearing. If we have any
You got anybody on there, John?
public comments, we need to hear from them.
Mm-mm.
Okay, there's
Couple people on here, but no comments.
no online, okay. If we don't have any public comments, I would move that we close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved and seconded that we close the public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Anything from me that you need?
Okay, I would make a motion that we go ahead and vacate the right-of-ways that were in the plat that have been presented to us.
I'll second that.
Okay. It's moved and seconded that we vacate the, what'd you call it? All the easements.
Yeah, all easements. And do so by approving an ordinance 024-1. And those right-of-ways would be granted as vacated.
Okay. That's the motion. You seconded it?
Yep. Yep.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That was easy.
That was easy. Thank
Okay.
you.
That has been vacated.
Do I need to sign that or no? Do we need a roll call?
We all voted yes.
Wow. How would you like us to fill this one out?
Well, I was hoping Ben would comment on that, but if, whatever we need to do to have it a recordable document so that I can walk it over after, if that requires the 3 signatures, I don't know if that you need to be notarized where you're the commissioners.
They would require all 3 signatures, probably.
I'm gonna go grab a previous ordinance real quick.
We submitted this one a couple months ago for comment from the county attorney, and he left it the way it was, so.
Okay.
So typically we got approved and adopted this blank day of, and then the chairman signs, I attest, and then we have a roll call vote. So we can do it in that manner. We can do it a couple of ways. We can retype it up, or we can write it out, right? Maybe have all three of you sign under ayes,
Well,
then I can attest it.
Sue can just sign right there.
I can put 3 ayes, or I can put all 3 of your names down.
Just write out 3 names.
You could probably add a document like that to the back, I would expect.
Should we do that?
If that's possible, that would work too. Whatever, I mean, it's your
Let's
process.
just do it. Let's make something so it looks a little bit more like this, and then we'll have you sign it. We'll keep the date the same, and then I'll
Okay.
get it to you. How soon would you like this? Today. Okay.
It's just, I mean, it will need to be recorded, so as soon as you can get it to me, that's fine, there's no rush.
Okay.
Within the next day or two is fine.
Okay. Very good.
Is that okay?
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Who do you want to do first, Steve or Dale?
Was the superintendent coming down, you know?
Said he was.
Yeah, he told me he was. While we're waiting for him, we'll let Steve come first. Come on up, Steve.
You ready, Steve?
Only 1:30, so.
Okay, alright.
Well, I'm trying to be ready. Should I sit up here?
Yeah, sure.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
to see you again.
Mr. Mike, how you doing? Good to see you.
You look good with the mustache.
Well, I appreciate that. I've been given a lot of different opinions.
I won't give you mine opinion.
Go ahead. I probably heard it. No, probably from my wife, honestly. So, appreciate you guys.
How do you spell your last name, please?
Liechty.
Oh, we got it right. Got it right on the agenda. That's good.
I should have looked, and I saw it was on at 10:30. Hopefully that was.
Yeah, we just,
We're
That was
okay.
my bad. That
You're
was my
fine.
bad.
Sorry, this is warming up here. Where is
Need a
your-
long cord?
Did I need to bring an HDMI cable or?
No, well,
Mm-hmm.
no. We've got one, but
If not, I can just show it on here and you guys can watch.
Let's have you move closer
we've
this
got a
way.
really long one and sometimes it makes things kind of
Yeah, just use the long cord.
weird.
Okay.
Oh, okay, never mind. Let me just move over.
Sorry.
I mean, we can try that, we
Well,
used
let's
to-
just do it. We can just do it on here
we can,
rather than have you move
we
everything.
can do it either way.
Yeah,
We're
fine.
close right here, so.
We should just have something that's wireless.
It sometimes.
You wanna set that up for us?
Mm-hmm.
Here, plug this in. Let's see what happens.
Okay. How are things been going?
good.
Good.
Busy time of year.
I got your letter the other day for the rodeo, and
Oh,
I think we've already
probably have.
submitted a request for it. So if you haven't received the money, you should be any time.
Okay.
Let's see here. So I guess just a prelude, a couple things I wanted to talk about today, and then answer any questions. One item is, I'll wait till Commissioner Cox gets in here.
She's still banging stuff around.
You guys have a shared Wi-Fi?
Yeah, there's an open one. It should be county guest.
I'm so tired.
Remote finds a new place every.
Yeah, it's pretty
Put a
fast.
chain
Talk
on.
to
Okay.
the sheriff about that. The remote staying in the same spot.
Sheriff fixes everything.
Yeah, especially computer stuff. I'm way good with that.
Yeah, so a couple items. First one I want to talk a little bit about is our new wildfire strategy. Thank you. So, I don't know if you guys are aware, Pacific Corp is being sued in the state of Oregon for contributions to wildfires in the state of Oregon. There were lost property, loss of life, unfortunately.
Is that from Transformers? Or what?
So, negligence on our part, whether or not we actually started the fire or we contributed to the fire, that's kind of the argument. And it could have been, transport failures, it could have been line or fuse failure, any of that, you know, oftentimes when you have, or limbs on a line, you get a spark. A lot of times those limbs start on fire, fall to the ground, and then that's an ignition point. So, because of those lawsuits, and I've heard numbers, I know we've settled already over $1 billion, but there's talks of 3 to 30 billion if it goes class action. So, due to that, we've implemented rapidly some new wildfire policy, and it's pretty aggressive, honestly, and it's going to impact different areas differently. Areas that are more rural and have more the wildland urban interface are going to be impacted more, and I would say Garden City, Lake Town, those areas in particular, they're on our list.
Is that why they made a big push this last year to come pull the trees away and everything from the lines?
A lot more aggressive pruning. They're also inspecting all the lines, looking for either broken cross arms, insulators that look like they're failing, anything that could potentially lead to a wildfire. So I just want to show this video really quick. It's a couple minutes long. It talks a little about the three approaches to the wildfire risk, and then we can talk about each one quick.
At Rocky Mountain Power, we're committed to providing the safe, reliable service you count on every day. During conditions such as gusting winds and hot, dry weather, and in areas near trees and other types of vegetation that could ignite, we may need to take certain steps to reduce the potential risk and impact of wildfires. While these safety measures may interrupt your service, they are essential to preventing catastrophic wildfire events. Let's look at 3 of the ways we help protect communities during times of heightened wildfire risk. The first is enhanced safety settings. During times when wildfire risk is elevated, we will adjust the sensitivity of some of our equipment. With these settings activated, our lines will de-energize quicker, within fractions of a second, if a line is contacted by a tree branch or other debris, reducing the risk of a fire ignition. Because of this, there's an increased potential for power to be disrupted and remain off until field crews can visually inspect the lines to determine if power can be safely restored. Next up is the public safety power shutoff. Hotter, drier, and windier weather conditions can create heightened wildfire risk, and we may implement a public safety power shutoff, or PSPS, temporarily shutting off power to specific targeted areas. A PSPS is done in partnership with local emergency management teams, using available communication options to notify customers that power may be turned off, and to keep affected communities informed throughout an enacted shutoff. Once we've determined that the fire risk is past, we will re-energize lines and restore service. Finally, our wildfire encroachment strategy is another wildfire safety tool that may result in a disruption of your power. When an active wildfire moves close enough to threaten burning into the area of our lines or equipment, we will begin monitoring the fire closely to evaluate its potential spread and impacts to our systems. If the fire is moving too close to our assets, we will do an emergency de-energization of our power lines. This process helps us make the most effective decisions to avoid additional fire risk and protect first responders. Here at Rocky Mountain Power, we're dedicated to keeping our customers safe while delivering the power that our communities count on each and every day. And during times of extreme weather events, when wildfire risk is at its highest, our wildfire safety strategies will help protect our customers and the communities that we serve. To learn more, visit us at rockymountainpower.net.
Any questions? I can explain a little bit more each of the three.
So, like, when you do the power shut off, is that based on some criteria of how strong the winds are and what the heat index is?
Yes.
And that kind of stuff.
Yep. We actually have a weather team now at Rocky Mountain Power that we've been working on for a couple of years, and we've installed weather stations all over our service territory to monitor that. So, I'll answer that question. Maybe I'll just step back one step to the enhanced settings, the first segment of that. So I know the 2 circuits or 3 circuits that feed Garden City and Lake Town are all on that enhanced setting because of the nature where they're at and the potential for wildfire. So what that means is the way a circuit breaker works, if there's a fault on a line, the circuit breaker will open at the substation and close back in. If the fault's still there, it'll open again and close again, and if it's still there, it'll open the third time, it'll lock out, so it doesn't reclose. In enhanced settings, we have that function to where it will open on the first trip and lock open until somebody can get out and inspect. So that's what they're talking about with the enhanced settings. It won't be returned until the crew can get out there and verify where the issue is and close it back in. The public safety power shutoff, the second phase, does rely on any of those conditions. So if you got high heat, low humidity, lots of fuel, and there's a high potential, high wind for a wildfire and for it to be catastrophic, they'll just proactively open that circuit for a period of time until those conditions change.
What if it's 2 days?
There was a city in California, it was a week.
Sheesh.
This seems like a nightmare. It seems like it's going to have a lot of outages that could be
Yeah.
avoided.
Agreed.
Just do it in California. And
Yeah. So I don't think the PSPS up here will be very common because typically you don't see as high heat, those types of things. So I think the PSPS will be less common.
Who makes that call? Is it regional or is it? Okay.
It's regional. So our Salt Lake folks, the guy sitting at the desk in Salt Lake will, if all the conditions are met, he'll be the one that
He'll
opens
click the button.
Yeah. The encroachment piece is a little more complicated because that one's going to affect more of our transmission system. So if there is an active wildfire burning and we feel there's a risk that it could approach our transmission system or even a distribution network locally, they could open those circuits and de-energize that line based on, even if the wildfire's up 2 to 4 miles away, they'll look at wind speeds, they'll look at all those other mitigating conditions that what if the fire's here, but those embers can travel a couple miles, and if it gets within our power line corridor, and either we exacerbate the problem or we put wildfire personnel that are fighting fire at risk, that we can be held liable. So yeah, it's challenging. It's going to be interesting to see. A lot of other utilities are implementing similar, PG&E, other utilities throughout the West are implementing the same policies.
I'm guessing you guys are probably leading the way though.
We're kind of front end, definitely, because we're involved in these existing lawsuits, and so it's going to be difficult. One of the things that we're doing is we're trying to work with the states to enact legislation to help put caps on the lawsuits, or help us provide some kind of wildfire catastrophic fund to help pay if there is a catastrophic fire. So Utah so far, I believe, has passed some legislation to help cap the litigation. The fund is still up in the air, and we're working on that in the other states, both of those. So that's kind of where we're at on that. We're working on a strategy to get all this information out to all counties, cities, everybody that could be impacted. So that's in the works. The second topic I wanted to just briefly touch on is so we do have a pending rate case in the state of Utah. It's probably going to be filed here in sometime in the month of June. We haven't been told in the state of Utah what the numbers are going to be, but we just filed in Idaho, and for 2025, so rates will go into effect January 1, 2025, it was about a 20% ask. That will have to go through the PUC, get vetted, ultimately they decide what we're going to be eligible for. So I would suspect we'll still probably see something,
20%?
10 to 15
Increase.
Yeah. And a lot of that's due to inflation, primarily our fuel costs. So coal, natural gas, those things have gone through the roof, and it's been really difficult the last couple of years to generate at an affordable cost. And then because of conditions federally, we're being asked to retire coal and natural gas, and we're struggling with that,
I am too.
Yeah.
I'm struggling with that.
So it's an interesting time we're in, honestly, right now. So
You guys are partnered on the new core, or whatever it's called. TerraPower, there you go.
We are, yeah, and I actually just heard an update on that recently. They're still waiting on the federal permit, but their approach is that we're going to get that permit because of who the players are.
Yeah.
Bill Gates and
Berkshire Hathaway.
Buffett, yeah, and the federal government honestly is contributing as well. So they've started to work on some of the supplementary infrastructure to get that built out, with anticipation that they'll get the permit eventually and be able to build it. So that is moving forward. I think they're still looking at 2031, 2032 before it's operational.
That'll be cool though.
Yeah, then hopefully we can kind of start rolling those out at other existing facilities and keep that ball rolling forward.
So they're gonna start, I guess, particularly the one in Kemmer is like a 3-phase cell type thing, and they're gonna start on the first cell, hoping that by the time they get it built, the permits will be so they can activate that cell. Is that?
That's my understanding.
That's
yeah.
mine.
Yeah. If you recall, we did have a project at Mud Lake, the pumped hydro project on the north end of Bear Lake. That's actually on pause now for a variety of reasons, but we're still looking at pumped hydro projects throughout the service territory. Cutler Reservoir right now is one we're considering, and we did propose Oneida as well. That one's on a little bit of a pause, but so we're trying to find other alternate sources, ultimately to be reliable and keep prices affordable.
Well, I imagine as prices go up and reliability drops because of lawsuits, you probably push some people off grid. And I mean, like battery storage is getting a lot cheaper,
right,
which doesn't hurt you guys. I mean, you're gonna have customers no matter what, but it's reaching a point where it starts making sense to not connect to the grid.
Yeah, it is getting more challenging, and honestly, I've heard crazy numbers of the amount of customer load that wants to connect our system. A lot of it data center load, and that's potentially double. They could potentially double our existing load in like 5 years. So we're trying to identify, well, one, how are we going to serve that? Where are we going to generate, and how are we going to not impact our existing legacy customers by bringing those folks on? So it's a challenging scenario right now, but we're trying to navigate it as best we can. It's kind of what I want to touch on. If you guys have questions regarding anything else.
So one of the questions I think I got, Steve, is on this end of the county we have no charging stations, I guess, is what the term I need is. But, and one of the questions that was asked is there actually the capacity to supply electricity to a charging station, let's say in Woodruff? What's the infrastructure for a charging station? Does that have to be a capacity boost of everything? I mean, does it really draw that much electricity?
No, I mean, if you were just talking 1 to 3 charging stations, you might be talking like I'm not an engineer, but just based on like the one in Garden City,
Yeah.
you might be looking at a 250 kW transformer, not very big, to do 2 to 3 of those
Okay.
charging
So
stations.
it wouldn't be massive infrastructure.
I guess it partly depends on where they put it. So if it's on the end of a radial fed line, there may need to be some upgrades to the line to that, and then we would have to analyze at the substation. So any request that comes in though, of any size, we do that. We go through that same process just to make sure that the lines to the new load are adequate, that the substation's adequate. We just have to look at it on a case-by-case basis, but my general comment would be that it's possible anywhere, honestly.
Okay.
And there are funds available to help supplement that, so if you guys are looking at it, let me know and I'll send you the link. You can get funding, participatory funding from Rocky Mountain Power towards those projects, so.
They would be private stations, so it's not something the county was looking at, but one of the things that was asked to me is that apparently they had asked some questions about it, and they said, oh, there would be such an expense of increasing Rocky Mountain's capacity to have, and I thought, well, not knowing very much about it, how much does it really take for, what kind of capacity does it really take? But, I mean, you see, I'm trying to think where I was at the other day, and there was like 10 charging stations, and I'm thinking, well, if they can put 10 of those in, did they really, does it really have that much impact on existing infrastructure?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to, if you have a request, we're happy to look at it and analyze it. And the one challenge, so Maverick had partnered with us at one point to install them at some of their service stations, and they did it at the one in Wellsville over there in Cache County, and they put it in and it wasn't getting used a lot, but when it was, the challenge is it spikes their demand, and they get charged for that from us. And so they didn't really think that through. They were like in their mind thinking, well, we'll have customers that pull up here and plug in, and they'll come in the store and spend some money, but it spikes the demand. And so they're paying that huge demand fee. So they shut them down, pulled them out. So that's one thing people have to consider if it's a private charging station.
Have them charged during the middle of the night.
Yeah, or if they set it up on like ChargePoint or some of these networks that calculate that in and actually bill the customer when they charge, like they would at a gas station. So,
I have one last question.
Yeah.
Is Rocky Mountain Power working? I know they give incentives for people that have battery systems. Are they working on their own energy storage systems? That just big battery arrays that hold.
So, yeah, the answer is like on an industrial level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we partner. I don't think Sage Solar was one of them, but there are some new projects that are going in where we'll partner with these developers. They'll build out the solar site, and we'll incentivize the battery system so that we can use that battery supply
During peak times.
during peak demands.
Charge it up when it's cheap.
Right. And we're looking at doing that honestly with some of our larger customers too.
Yeah.
And then
Even some of these charging stations ought to consider stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and then what you're probably referring to is we do incentivize home batteries. So if you have an existing
If they
solar,
connect to your grid.
yeah. So yeah, we can draw down on them if in emergency type situations. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I have
a substation on my place out east of Woodruff,
Okay.
and I get a call every 2 months of somebody, company wanting to put, one time it was solar panels up, and next time it's batteries like 15 to 30 acres worth of battery storage units. Right
That's a
by
lot of
that.
batteries.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of go away, and thank goodness.
My guess is they're probably not officially Rocky Mountain Power employees.
No.
So they're just customers wanting to do it.
Companies somewhere, development
Yeah.
companies.
Yeah, they're looking to site their projects anywhere near substations or transmission lines, because that lowers their connection costs if they don't have to build out. Because that's the way our interconnection process works. If they want to interconnect their project, we evaluate what that cost is going to be, so we don't pass it on to our rate base payers. They have to pay that full cost to connect. And it, like Sage Solar, it was huge because they had to do substation work here all the way to Ovid and some transmission lines. So yeah, they want to try to site them right next to substations and whatnot to their benefit. But anyway, a lot going on.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys letting me come in today and update.
You've been awesome and easy to work with, and
I appreciate that. Hopefully,
Thanks for your help with all these rodeos and Lake Town and the fair over here. Rocky Mountain's always been good to support,
well,
contribute to it.
my job can be really painful. So those opportunities I love. I love to be able to support local events and try to give back, because I know
This message you delivered today is not real good.
no, it's not.
We're just gonna have more power outages.
Yeah. Essentially, that's.
And they're gonna be when you don't want them, when it's really, really hot and you're running your fan or air conditioner.
or really
whatever.
stormy and you're inside your house.
Yeah.
So, on that wildfire commission that I was on, they talked about mostly the fires in California, but how many actually were sparked because of a power line arcing against another power line, or actually even some of the metal towers that they have. They put the metal towers in so the fires wouldn't burn up their infrastructure, and that actually caused issues with the sparking against the metal tower. And they had a couple of videos there, and it was really interesting. It had some high winds, and the wires were just swinging back and forth, and it was across a big draw there, cavern, was swinging back and forth, and you'd see those lines hitting each other and the sparks flying in pretty quick. Here was the smoke up underneath the power lines.
Well, the other thing, and I don't know if they talked about it, so when you get a wildfire, and you get all that particulate matter in the smoke, and if it gets up into those higher voltage lines, it'll actually ionize the particles and flash across that way. And so they don't even have to touch, and it could do that, and then potentially start fires. And so we're spending it, and that's part of what's going into the rate base, or this new rate case, is funding to help try and harden the system. And so we're putting in a lot of effort right now we just don't want to commit and start one, or do we want to contribute at all?
It's such an ironic situation because of the fact that we haven't done good forest management. We're letting homes built right in in the environment of where there's fire danger, and bring that all in, and now we want to turn around and we want to blame Rocky Mountain Power or some other issue about the fact of a condition that we created all of our own, and then we want to blame somebody else for it. And I don't know, it's just kind of ironic.
It is, and you guys get it. There's other folks in different parts of our service territory that we're the bad guy, and we're certainly not trying to be. I mean, I'm a Rocky Mountain Power customer. It'll affect me, when the power goes out. And
so a person probably either have a backup generator or battery storage of some kind.
yeah, Do you? No. Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. My neighbor's got just put in one of those big Generacs. I'm like thinking I can run a cord over there, plug in, but yeah, it's
You know, it's kind of daunting, 30 below zero night and the power's off, and, it doesn't take very long before the temperatures start, dropping in your home, and you got people who, I shouldn't say 90%, but a good share of people, are on CPAP machines, and that immediately wakes them up, and then quite a few people are on oxygen machines and just in their own homes, and it's quite an impact to lose power, it's just.
and I'm pretty hopeful, we're doing all this work for summer season and wildfire season, that it should roll over into our winter months and benefit us actually with better reliability. It's kind of one of my hopes, so hopefully we see less in the winter months. And
I'm just waiting for you guys to start producing your own battery that you give to customers to put in their home.
yeah,
I think that'd be cool.
we are not innovative
Yeah.
like that.
If every customer had just a small
Yeah.
battery storage,
So-
good problem solved.
I actually shouldn't say that. Down in Harriman, Soleil Lofts, you could Google it. It was one of Wasatch Property, Deloy Hanson's pet projects. They put solar on the roof. They put a battery in every unit,
Yeah.
and we've done more of those projects.
Yeah. They're not going to complain when the power goes out for a few minutes.
Right, and that's the same type situation where we can draw down on that system if we need to.
That's pretty innovative.
Yeah.
I actually went and toured that not very long ago, and that was amazing that they're totally independent. I mean, just they got their own water storage, they all got their own battery storage. It was amazing. I mean, literally we're off the grid, and here's this apartment complex.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. We're federally regulated.
Yeah.
We have some real hurdles to work around on providing new innovative ways. You gotta get buy off, but I think that's kind of the wave of the future. You gotta find ways to isolate people more, but anyway. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for
It's
coming
great to see
in.
you, gentlemen. Great to see you guys.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thanks for taking my calls.
Yeah, anytime. Anytime. Let me know. Or is there something I can check with, make sure that check made it over?
I'm sure it did. I'll check.
Okay, let me know if it did.
Okay, thank you.
You got a PowerPoint, Sheriff? No. YouTube video or?
Nope.
Nothing?
Thanks, Steve.
See you guys.
I got
See ya.
nothing for you.
You got the gurus of technology right there.
Yeah.
Well, they may have some, but I don't.
Okay. Dale Stacey, Sheriff. Come on up. Got plenty of chairs up here if you guys want to come up.
Grab more.
Chair over there.
1, 2, 3. There's four of them here. State your name and what your
Position is.
bill is for the record.
Dale Stacey, Rich County Sheriff.
Dale Lamborn, Superintendent, Rich County School District, who's here because Dale told me to be here.
Jesse Calder, principal of Rich High School.
Ryan Timmer, Director of Special Education, and then also over safety at the school.
Okay, what I wanted to talk to you about was this new House bill that we got that's requiring an officer at every campus. And I went to the UAC meetings in St. George, and they actually have in this book a list of what we need, so I wanted to go through that with you. just so you know what we're facing. And having said that, there's people that need to be hired, and some, a lot of this is an unfunded mandate to the county. And so we not only gotta find people, but we gotta find money to comply with the law. And so I'm just gonna go down the list, and please jump in, any of you that know, cause I don't know a lot about this right now. I'm trying to learn. All I know is I've been trying to hire a dispatcher jailer for 3 years, and I can't find anybody, so I don't know how I'm gonna find all these people that we're supposed to hire. But the first, they've just got a list of what we need to do and who appoints it and who funds it. And so the first one is a county security chief. And it says school safety needs assessments, effective communications, trainings, guardian program implementation, appointed by the county sheriff, and the funding is by the county. So I'm not sure if that can be a deputy or if we gotta hire a new person. It's funded by the county, appointed by me. And it's county security chief is the position. Safe UT and School Safety Commission. And this one coordinates statewide efforts related to Safe UT Crisis Line, promotes awareness, and ensures appropriate reporting to relevant databases. It's appointed by representatives from the Attorney General, USBE, USHE, DHHS, House Senate, Huntsman Mental Health Institute, Law Enforcement, Youth Treatment, and members of the public, and that one is funded by the state. The next one they've listed is school guardian, volunteer or volunteering school employee who completes regular training and may have a concealed weapon in a school. Not law enforcement, but has limited authority in case of an active threat. This one is appointed by the school principal. The designation may be revoked at any time by the principal, the county sheriff, or the state security chief. And the funding, they say, comes from the law enforcement agency. So that would again be the county.
It's a volunteer.
And
Well,
would Jesse be the supervisor? Was that how that would work?
I don't know for sure. They're calling it a school guardian, and they can pack a gun in the school if they do the training that's required. But it is appointed by Jesse.
And that training is still being defined, right, by the
I think so.
state,
Yeah.
whatever his title is.
And from our perspective, my understanding of where that guardian becomes problematic is the directives they've given to us is that person can't be a person who has direct supervision of kids. So that takes all your teachers off of the potential list.
To be like
Take the principals off the list.
to be like a janitor or something.
And we outsource our janitors. So basically, in our case, it's the cooks. And I'm not there would be a few.
Yeah.
I mean,
technically, yeah.
Casey, Brian, there would be a few that could fit that, but they're all people that are on both sides of the county, so you couldn't say they would always be available in the building.
And they have to be, my understanding is that these have to be in every campus. I'm not sure if Bridgerland counts or not, but we would at least have two that would be Laketown and Randolph, and possibly even Bridgerland.
And maybe I'm wrong. I think if we were able to have SROs, we wouldn't have to have the guardian.
Right, I think you're right on that.
So, and obviously you can see my bias coming out there because the limited amount of training those guardians are gonna get. If you give me 15 hours of training, with a handgun, I'm still not gonna be much protection. If you give me 15 hours of training in a shotgun, I might could do something. Anyway, that's been one of our big concerns is,
And where does it, I guess, you know, and so where does the liability with that person lie as well?
good question.
You know?
Well, I think it's gonna fall, it's gonna probably ultimately fall back on me and the county because the training, and every time there's an issue with law enforcement, it all falls back on training. Well, did you train them in this?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Did they have enough hours in that? And so I think ultimately that they probably, if someone were wanting to do a lawsuit, I think they would sue the school and the county.
Probably should, because it's appointed by the school.
Right, but it's trained by
you,
us.
so.
And I think that guardian thing emerged because Representative Wilcox was getting so much pushback from us saying that there's no way that you're gonna be able to hire SROs for every school, and not just in rural areas. Granite School District, for example, said, you know, and they've got their own police force in Granite School District, but they said, we can't hire enough SROs for every elementary school in our district.
And I
So
know,
they come up with this guardian thing.
yeah, and I know someone that works in Evanston schools, and they have one SRO for like 5 schools up there. And I've been told, I mean, I don't see them, but they don't have a lot to do most of the time. They're kind of there, but not really busy doing too much. And that's one person covering 5 schools that are bigger than our school. I mean,
So would an SRO, I mean, would he be one that would encourage kids to get to class? I mean, what would be his other duties other than just being?
Stand there with a gun.
My experience with some of that is, it's exactly that. They help with, just even some of the discipline type things. Not totally what a principal does, but if there's a fight or those type of things in a school setting, they're the ones that are kinda helping take care of all that. But, yeah, they kinda get other duties starting to assign to them, it seems like.
And the state code defines it exactly. They're supposed to be a positive role model, supposed to maintain a safe environment, and then obviously just the law enforcement duties. But it says demonstrate ethical behavior and respect. They're supposed to build relationships, foster trust and positivity with students, assist in developing and implementing emergency response plans, maintain a safe and healthy, productive learning environment, which is a lot.
so the next one on the list is the school resource officer, what we're talking about. It's, it says a law enforcement officer who contracts with a law enforcement agency or whose law enforcement agency contracts with the law enforcement to provide law enforcement services to the law enforcement agency. It's appointed by a law enforcement agency required to meet training requirements developed by the state security chief, and contract requirements are enhanced, and it's funding law enforcement agency and local law enforcement. So again, falls back on the county.
So I think that is local education agency.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that would be the
That
school
would
district.
be. So maybe a combination on the funding there. The school safety specialist, school employee designated to oversee school safety and security practices and ensure adherence. It's appointed by the school principal and may not be the principal, and may only be the specialist at one campus, and that one's funded by the county.
So Brian, what, you said you were over safety, what?
Great question. If I can, I think I know where you're going. We're learning this as we're going. We're kind of building the plane as we're flying. So right now we're just kind of learning the basics of what we need to do to jump into next school year and have some things in place to work with the county on just overall school safety. So if there's an active shooter, how are we approaching that? If we have a trucker spill, you know, a wreck, and we have to close down the school, shelter in place, those type of things, how do we do those type of things? So kind of encompasses a lot of different things than just a school shooting type situation. So we're just, we're kind of learning. We're going to a conference next week to try to get a little more information of how to implement and integrate all this stuff, so.
So that position, is that something that, I mean, are you filling that position, I guess, so to speak?
I think overall right now, and I think with our size of school, we may kind of look, our district, we may kind of see if that's how it can work, but, you know.
It specifically says may only be
one person.
specialist at one campus.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We were just talking earlier, Jesse and I, about probably approaching one person in each building that would work with me, that we could kind of get all this stuff going.
And it also specifically says it cannot be the principal.
Yeah.
You're getting off the hook on all this,
That's
right?
right, yeah. Yeah, no liability for the principal.
Oh, you guys, I admire you guys all for your dedication, my goodness. Is that all? Sure.
No, that's not all. State Security Chief. Building standards, school safety, personnel requirements and requirements for training, protocols, reporting, and incident response. Appointed by the Commissioner of DPS with the Governor's approval, and that one is funded by the state. And School Security Task Force, review updates, consult with Education Advisory Board, additional representatives from various LEAs and stakeholders, develop legislation, recommendations as necessary, rank and recommend safety grants to LEAs. That's appointed by 2 House members, 2 Senate members, State Security Chief, Chiefs of Police Association from Urban County, Sheriff's Association from Rural County, and representatives from State Board of Education, Division of Juvenile Justice, Youth Services, Superintendents, School Safety, and Security Director, Resource Officers, and Safe UT, and that one also is funded by the state. So the county funds the county security chief. School guardian is funded by the school. School resource officer is funded by the school and local law enforcement. School safety specialist funded by the county. So there's
We're on the hook for 2 out of 4.
well, 2.5.
2.5. So can any of these 4 be the same person? Apparently not.
My question is, can any of these 4, can they be rotating? Could we beef up the sheriff's department and just have a rotating schedule of who's in the school?
Well, see, that's the other problem. If you put a SRO, so say in high school, and he gets sick, or he has to have a day off for whatever reason, then I think according to this bill, and you gotta have somebody else in there covering for him.
Yeah, so could you have a deputy take a turn, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, have a rotating schedule where there's a different deputy in the school?
I suppose if they met the training requirements, whatever they are, if there's
The
more.
problem is though, with that, it would actually have to be 2 deputies, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
We've gotta have one in each campus.
So we're not gonna get away from hiring more people.
Or possibly 3, depending on
Yeah.
what they say about Bridgerland.
Right, yeah. In just one day, I mean, that's the thing, you know,
And then when you have something serious happen and they get called out,
well, and that's.
They're allowed to respond off, they don't have to remain on site the whole time, according to state code. They can respond to off-site events, but the majority of specified in the contract, the majority of what they have to do is in the school, but it's all based on the contract between the local education agency and the sheriff's department.
Yeah, but that was, I think you're talking about before this bill was passed, though. I'm not sure if that still works with what he's put in this bill.
I think so, only because I was looking at what came in effective May 1st, right? Because this came effective May 1st, I think. I could be wrong, but it's in state code. But I think it's just up to you guys as far as what sort of contract you decide.
Well, and I guess being the cynical side of this, so you have somebody that wants to do a school shooting, and they come over here to T7 and start a fire. And so the resource officer runs down to the fire, and then they go into the school when the resource officer's
Yeah,
down.
they probably could
Stop
do
the
whatever they
traffic
wanted.
for the fire. I mean, I there's 1,000,001 scenarios, and we can all sit here and say it's never gonna happen. It could. It happened in Cokeville years ago, but I don't think this is the answer, but nobody asked my opinion.
The other concern I got is as you read through that list of duties for the officer that's in the school, I mean, it's to protect the kids, but there's a whole list of other things of building relationships and taking care of discipline and those kind of things. And if you've got a different officer in there every single day rotating through, it kind of takes a special guy to build a relationship with kids that they trust and will, you know, respect them enough to, you know, respect who they are and what they are. And so, you know, it's not a matter of just having a warrant body in there if they're gonna be doing some of this other stuff, which they need to do. I mean, you can't just walk the halls. I mean, that's, number one, that's really boring, and they're listening to radio and, you know, 1060s out there picking somebody up, and, you know, they're worried about them, and so it's
Well,
just.
I'll tell you what another concern I have is, and in today's world, I have to have it. I'm working right now about 3 rape cases, and they're all juveniles.
Yeah.
And you put the wrong guy in the school, and he's with teenage girls every day, and something happens.
That's what I say. I mean,
It's gotta be the right person, but the problem is, like I said, I've been trying to hire a dispatcher. You guys know this for 3 years. You can't, nobody wants to do law enforcement anymore.
Yeah.
And part of it's, well, I know we're probably getting broadcast, but part of it's because of our state legislature, and they don't treat us very well. And they dump stuff like this on us without any funding and say, get her done. And we had a meeting with, I can't remember his name, I got his card, but down at this UAC convention, and he was going through all this, and one of the sheriffs says, what if we don't comply? What happens? And he said, well, eventually we just have to shut the school down. So I can't imagine they'd go clear across the state shutting a bunch of schools down, but they might. I guess they have that authority.
Yeah, I don't
But you
think that
can't AI an officer to go into the school. You gotta have somebody that's willing to do the job, that wants to do the job, that's the right person. You can't put just anybody in the school. You mentioned one reason, I mentioned another reason. I'm sure the principal and the superintendent know. You get the wrong person in a school, and it can be worse than not having anybody in the school.
And that's really hard to find, that person.
It is. It's extremely difficult. And so I talked directly to Wilcox, and, well, we'll maybe we can make it so that they don't have to be a year when they retire, and then you can hire a retired guy. Well, there's a couple problems with that, Representative Wilcox. Number one, we don't have any retired law enforcement in Ridge County. And number two, when they retire, they probably want to retire. They probably don't want to come work in the school. They're retiring for a reason. But I don't know of any retired law enforcement in Ridge County. But maybe there's somebody in Garden City that I'm not aware of, but I don't know of anybody.
If they are, they're retired.
Right, they moved to Garden City because they want to retire.
Or anywhere else. I mean, that's just it. I mean, it's not like that there's a, you know, well, we'll solve this problem, we'll make it so it's only 6 months. And, you can try your retirement, but that didn't, that really didn't solve anything. It really didn't.
So I guess my reason for meeting with you and asking these gentlemen to come is, it's frankly, it's all of our problem here to make this work, and I'm not sure where to go.
It's interesting to me that we're already down a little over 175, between 175 and 190 law enforcement officers across the
In the
state.
state.
And all this will do is quadruple or even higher than that number,
Yeah.
because there's already not enough to fill the regular duty officers, let alone, somebody to work in a school. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not, I don't know.
Well,
There we are trying to protect our kids, and then we bring in a worse element in by trying to protect them.
Well, it's been a few years, but I fired a deputy I'd hired, and I had him 2 months. And I started getting some complaints, and I watched his body camera footage, and if there was girls in the car, he'd shut his camera off so you couldn't hear what he was saying, and there was just some real issues. He only lasted 2 months. But if you put a guy like that in the school, you're asking for trouble, and I didn't know he was like that until I hired him and started getting complaints. So again, I am 1,000% in favor of protecting our kids, and I try to spend time in the school, and I've worked with principal and I've worked with the superintendent for years. We've worked together and tried to do what's best for these kids, but I just don't know I don't know how we're gonna make this work. And I don't know, you guys know more about the funding than I do, but you can't, I mean, it's like a lot of the kids now, they think you just go out behind your house and pick money off the money tree. Well, it's not there. Where do you find funding for, let's say, even 3 more people? Where do you get the funding?
I do know there's continuing conversations going on with Wilcox and quite a few of the other legislators. I guess we ought to weigh in on that. I mean, this isn't going to be solved today. I mean, we could post job postings from here to ever, resource officer
No one
in the school.
responds.
I mean, and you could probably pay $30 an hour, and you're still probably not going to get anybody to
I
respond.
agree. And frankly, I'm just gonna say this, I can't put 3/4 of my guys in the schools every day, cause we got the rest of the county we gotta, and part of that is the schools, and I think my guys are going into the schools. I try to get into the schools and stuff when we can, but we got other stuff to do as well.
Depends on what they're having for lunch.
That's true too.
And it's an issue, I mean, and we've been through this on the last couple of when we were trying to hire some deputies. The ones that do apply, they've been terminated by other agencies. They're not someone that you want, particularly in this situation where this is an isolated situation of one person in the school with, those kind of things. I mean, it's.
We got really lucky the last 2 deputies we hired with Wilmore and Wilcox. Both so far been great. Love working with them. They're good officers, but I had one that had moved up here for another job that had gotten out of law enforcement, decided he wanted to get back in, so he already had a place in Rich County. He wanted to stay here. He's done a great job. We got really lucky with him, and then had another Wilcox. He just put himself through the academy. His wife's family lives close here. He wanted to be close, but I think not too close, but close. And so he's moved in here, and he likes it, I think. And so we got lucky on those, but I don't even buy lottery tickets because I don't get lucky very often.
Well, we'd need 3, at least a minimum of 3, and for us, that's,
that doubles our sheriff's office.
Yeah, it does, and, that's a pretty significant amount in the jump in administration for us,
And then one of the things is, well, but then you can use them in the summer. Okay, that's great, but you still have to pay them a wage. You still gotta find the money and the people to fill the spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's, it would work, you know, I mean, that would be great to have extra officers in the summer.
It would.
But, you know, it's still.
But you still gotta have bodies, you still
Yeah.
gotta have people.
Yeah.
John, you wanna go through the academy? You're young.
No, but if my dad lived here, he would have been the perfect guy to be in the school.
Yeah.
But he's only one guy,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the worst.
he's in school in New York, so.
Yeah, said he's doing the same job in the Bronx.
Doesn't wanna move back.
So again, my point is to just kind of, I've been talking with the superintendent, and these guys a little bit as well. That we're trying to figure this out, but I'm not sure what we're gonna do.
What's you guys' thoughts, Jesse? Wait.
I think it's a challenge. I think these are legit challenges with personnel and those type of things. My take on it is we try to do the best we can based on what we're being asked to do. You know, as a school, we're gonna try to work with the sheriff and make sure that we're trying to do all we can to make our schools safe. We're just gonna keep moving forward with that type of stuff. We have some new software we're gonna use this next year, a new kind of procedure type vocabulary that's being also used, I think, throughout the state of Utah. It's called I Love You Guys Foundation, and that just helps everybody kind of be on the same page communication wise. So my take on it, we'll just do the best we can, and understanding this is a large ask. And I don't know how
And I don't
realistic-
think this is everything. They were
Right.
talking about bulletproof windows in the school on ground levels, and I mean, there's gonna be millions and millions of dollars. And again, we're not saying that we don't want our kids to be safe, but you start there's a lot of windows in that school. You start putting bulletproof windows in there, that's a lot of money. And I don't remember everything else they were saying. My
I
head
think-
was swimming by the time I got out of there, but.
We've spent a lot of money in the last couple of years on security cameras, so that we've got cameras, and we're putting in more this summer.
Dale, can I see this for a second?
Significantly more. So the camera thing, we've ordered some software in conjunction that we'll be able to communicate with the county on any kind of emergency, so that software will be in place. So the preemptive things, I think, we're doing a better job, and Brian has had some experience with this I Love You Guys Foundation that, like he said, gives a common vocabulary of what we're doing. So those kind of things, I think, and the sheriff's hit it, how we deal with this SRO challenge. And hopefully we find out next week. We got a 2-day thing that we're taking both principals and Brian and I to find out how much funding we might be able to access, what the requirements are gonna be, you know, cause originally it was per school. I think now we've got it to where we can do it per campus on our case where they're hooked together. It would be really overkill to have it per school, but.
Well, I think there is a one-time funding thing,
But yes,
but it's not ongoing, is what I was told.
I was just gonna say, that's the thing about, you know, they're really good at throwing, you know, one-time funding to you, and now your program's in place, and, you know,
yeah, so,
it's kinda like figure out how to spend, you know, find the rest of your money.
and that's why cameras and stuff like that, you can use the one-time money.
Right, I mean, there's certain things, but, you know, for.
People
you
are a
know,
different story.
Ongoing, you know, benefits and wages and those
Yeah.
things. The volunteer in the school, is that really an option? I mean.
The Guardian?
The Guardian, I mean, they've got it in the book, but is it really an option?
I
Is that
think-
something we?
I think it is an option,
Yeah,
but but you still gotta find somebody.
And I guess that's the same situation, it would have to be just the right person.
And I worry a little bit about who would want to sign up to do that.
Me too.
You know,
Well, that's just
somebody
it.
who, oh, I won't carry a gun,
Yeah.
you know,
In the
so,
school.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say, Jesse. How comfortable would you be with just, you know, that, you know, because ultimately you'd be the one hiring, but you also have to be supervising and it's.
And seeing they've put in there that if he appoints somebody that I don't like, I can shut it down. But, okay, that's great, but then who else do we get?
Right.
If there's like one person that
Right.
is willing to do it in the school, and I'm nervous about it, and I say, no, let's not do that, and there's nobody else, then what?
Well, that's what I say, is it an option that we just take off the table, or is it something we, you know?
Well, I think it's an option.
Keep it on the table.
But I don't know who you would have.
Yeah, I just, you know, thinking about our school right now, besides teachers, I just don't see how it would work, because we've got, you know, say it's Brian, well, he's 2 days in Lake Town and 2 days over here, you know, or say it's Casey, same situation, you know, and so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if Casey wasn't packing anyway, but,
Yeah.
but he's not in a school
Right.
all the time, he's back and forth.
He would have to be in the right place at the right time, yeah. I think you guys nailed it. I like your thoughts about, I mean, we don't want our school to feel like a prison, you know, we don't want them to come in and have the wrong guy or gal in there frisking people down, standing against the wall, you know, but at the same time, I've appreciated, you know, your guys' support as far as when you guys are at ball games, you're noticed, when you walk through the hall during third hour, kids start talking, you know, I mean, I think that it's a positive thing to have the right presence there. But we don't need people getting frisked either, you know, so.
Unless they need to be.
Right, yeah. And then I would be really glad.
Which a couple times at the ball game we've had to do, but
Yeah.
that was a circumstance that presented itself,
And I would be glad that it's you and not me, somebody who's trained to do that stuff, you know, so, yeah.
Commissioners, just a little background about the Guardian thing. I came from Wyoming, and we were really looking at this exact thing of having someone carry in the school. And at first, there was people, yep, I'll do it. But the more they looked into it, the more they went through some of that training, they started to realize, I'm in a chaotic situation, something happening, and there's bullets flying. I have a gun in my hand and I'm trying to shoot somebody that's in a whole group of other people, other kids.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to hit this target, and they put them through some of that training. They couldn't even come close. And so just the short little training that's probably going to happen, just because it takes a heck of a lot of time to get proficient with a firearm in a chaotic situation, they started to say, those people that were saying, yep, take me, they're like, no. And so that kind of went totally away with the districts I've been in, just because they're not the trained officers, and it's hard enough, I'm sure, being in those situations, trying to hold a firearm and hit a target that has a bunch of other targets that we don't want.
well, and there's things that people don't think about when we go into the schools and the ball games and stuff. I got a gun on my hip, if somebody wants to, you're constantly
You're a target.
covering that gun so that somebody can't come up behind you and take it, and there's just a lot of things to think about that normal, everyday people don't think about. I got shot at one time, your dad was with me, we had a woman shooting at us, and it's interesting. You hear the bullet before you hear the boom, and it's, if you're not trained, and if you're not, how do I say this, you gotta have the right mindset. I remember when I was in the police academy, one of our instructors come in, I was in there, I'd only been in there a couple days, and he said, okay, I want everyone in here to raise your hand if you can kill somebody. And we all kind of looked at each other, he said, I'm not kidding. Because if you get in the right situation, you may have to, and if you can't do it, now's the time to get up and go out the door. And you have to think about these things, like you said, everybody's like, yeah, I'll carry. But then when it comes right down to it, you've gotta have the right person, you gotta have the right personality, and they gotta be willing to do what they need to do.
We had the guy that taught a concealed weapon permit class that I went to was a retired officer. And he says, I guarantee the first shot that somebody pulls out that's carrying, the first bullet goes to the ground right in front of them. He says every time. I can see it. I believe it.
But it's all stuff to think about, and I'll keep working with the school. I have for 32 years. We worked a lot of cases together. I worked a little bit with Jesse, a lot with Rick Larson. We'll keep doing what we can, and I guess we'll look at this and see if they tweak it. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna meet all these requirements.
I'll be interested to see this district by district, how, you know, and maybe superintendent, you can kind of keep us up to speed there, because I'm sure this.
And everybody's gonna be saying the same thing.
Of how many feel like that, you know, I know, you know, particularly the smaller districts, number one, how they can afford it, number two, how they're gonna find the people.
Well, and I
to see
think
who's actually, you know, feel like that they have got something going, so.
one of the things that I think is important is, obviously, the student safety is the number one thing. But secondly to that, trying to be as safe as we can without being negligent. And that's one of the worries that superintendents have said is when this goes into effect and we're not there yet, which I don't think anybody will be, then we're in non-compliance with state law, which again, then we're negligent.
Right.
And that's a whole different
Lawsuit.
verbiage than where we're at now, where we're doing what a reasonable person would do, which is the criteria that we're under, versus now you're not
Now
meeting
you're negligent.
state statute and you're negligent, and the county's gonna be in the same boat, and I think that's a real worry for us. Student safety obviously is the big worry, but that negligence is a thing I'm really worried about. So I think as we try to address these, one of the things that we need to be looking for, not loopholes, but timeframes and implementation deadlines that maybe give us some time to do it without being full out of compliance. So hopefully when we get back from next week, we'll be so smart that it'll just scare us.
We'll have somebody hired.
Well, I'll do that. I sat through it in St. George, and I was more frustrated when I left than when I
Straight,
started.
that's might be the case.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm afraid you're gonna hit it right there, but anyway, we appreciate your time and the fact that the sheriff is concerned and trying to help us, and
We
it's a big deal.
We definitely want to be in compliance with state law with it. I'm just not sure how we go about doing it, and that's why I need to get every players, we've all got to work on this together somehow.
Brainstorm.
Yeah.
We can figure it out. I'm positive about that. We'll figure it out. It's just everybody's complaining. All the other commissioners, when we went down there, nobody's compliant at the moment. Nobody's figured it out.
Okay,
All right,
thanks
well,
for your
thanks
time.
for your
Time, guys.
Keep having fun here.
We'll do it.
Thanks, sir.
You need to stick around.
Thanks.
One quick question. The search and rescue asked if they could have a vehicle, like to pull the trailer and stuff. Do you care if we just use one of the old sheriff's trucks for that?
Who needs that? Jay?
No, James.
007.
Yes.
So Brian Garner's the one that asked me. He's the
So what did they want, an expedition or on a pickup?
a pickup is what they asked. And we've got a couple of our old ones. I just wondered if we could
Well,
just
one
use
that,
one of them.
one that's got the dent in it, the herb had, it's just sitting right there, all it needs is a battery. To take the stars off the door, probably.
Yeah, and I've got, well, I gotta get some engine work done on it.
Unless you want one with lights on and siren.
Well, I don't think we need lights and siren, but a radio, if we got one with the radio still in it, it'd be good.
Well, then, you know, but.
I
yeah,
think we got a couple, we got at least one over at
there, yeah.
Garden City office, it's just been sitting there.
Well, you had two over there, and then now you've got yours. So there ought to be one over there. That you
Yeah,
can
that's
put
what I
in.
was wondering, if we could just use one of them, put a battery in it, cause I think that's all it'll need is a battery.
As long as it just doesn't get drove around to go
Yeah,
fishing.
I agree
or
with that.
horn hunting and, you know.
I know.
So,
All of a sudden it's freezing in here, isn't it?
Bill thinks. Yeah, there's the quote for the
Thanks. Talk to
See
you
you
later.
guys. ambulance.
Do I need to sit down?
Yeah.
Oh.
259.
Are we done with our meeting, or, no, we've got to approve expenses.
Yeah.
Expenditures. I make a motion, we approve the expenditures.
Second that?
Moving second, we approve the expenditures. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move we adjourn.
Second?
Moved, we adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sean, man.
Good. You guys have to say aye to adjourning.
Huh?
He's like, maybe adjourn, say aye. Okay, aye, I vote aye. Could I turn off the street?
Aye. We got